is 5:31, and we need to.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, it's 5:31, and so I need to make sure that we have a quorum on this call. Mr. Collin, can you? I'm gonna go ahead and open up so I can find out if there's a quorum here today.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Robin Vaughn, Council West Ward.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
All right, so that is a quorum. I didn't hear that is a quorum. All righty, so I'm just going to go ahead and start this meeting. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, once I read the statement and they do roll call and they take the roll call, I just want you to know that I will not be on the executive session for 5 minutes. I need to excuse myself for 5 minutes, and that's where the presentation will be for the let's see who's doing the presentation today.
No, there's no
Yes, there is a presentation today. Yes, there is a presentation today.
I have my September 3rd docket, and it doesn't say anything about presentation.
Well, it should say it was the first. It says executive session for Mr. Hoffman, attorney-client matters on redevelopment. Yeah. Okay, so let us go ahead and start the meeting.
Okay.
Everyone should mute themselves. Everyone should mute themselves.
My apologies. There was a difficulty joining the meeting. That's been corrected.
Okay. I don't know what's going on in the background, but people need to mute themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin a council meeting. If you are not on council, please mute the telephone or your device. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, and filed in the city clerk's office. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am. I'll now call the roll for council first and then for the department second. Mr. Blakely.
Present.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Mr. Michal.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
That's it.
Ms. Vaughn.
Present.
Council President McBride.
Present.
The clerk is also present. All are present. A quorum is formed. I will now call the department heads. Mr. Cruz.
Present.
Mr. Cherry.
Present.
Mr. Manali. Second call, Mr. Manali. Mr. Morelli.
I am present. Also from my department, I have Jacqueline Abdur Razak and Mr. Peter Cohen.
Mr. Peter Cohen is in my office. Mr. Coley. Miss Coley.
Present.
Mr. Sawyer.
Present.
Mr. Delisle.
Present.
Ms. Abdul Ali.
Turn off your camera during this part, and then when we go into turn the camera off.
Ma'am, please do not talk over the council. I greatly appreciate it if you mute your phone. Second call, Ms. Abdul Ali. Mr. Onatiri.
Present.
Ms. Richardson.
Present.
Mr. Lavenberg,
Present.
Ms. Schoenenar.
Present.
Thank you very much. Council President, would you like to proceed with the invocation? Or would you like me to
Yes.
give the invocation?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom, understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. We also petition for your mercy during this difficult time in COVID-19 and for peace and calm in our city. Through this, we petition you, our almighty God. Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Please rise for a flag salute. Pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the
of
United
the
United
United
States of America,
and to the
the
republic
republic,
for which it
which
stands,
stands
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty.
liberty,
and
Justice.
justice for all.
Thank you very much. Council President, I'd like now to move to the approval of the minutes. I can approve these if, first off,
No. Mr.
my
Conlon,
apologies.
Mr. Conlon, we're not going to go into our regular meeting until after the executive session. So the first thing we need to do is read the executive session.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution authorized. This is Resolution 20-523, a resolution authorizing the City Council of the City of Trenton to hold an executive session which excludes the public. Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, this body will convene an executive session in the City Council Conference Room, City Hall, that will be limited to consideration of an item or items with respect to which the public may be excluded pursuant to Section B of the Open Public Meetings Act under NJSA 10:4-12. The general nature of the subject or subjects to be discussed, attorney-client privilege on redevelopment, and attorney-client privilege on a discussion regarding the issuance of rice notices related to the release of employee or applicant information. Stated as precisely as presently possible, the following is the time when the circumstances under which the discussion conducted at said meeting can be disclosed to the public. September 3rd, or when the need for confidentiality no longer exists, which is later. Do I have a motion to approve to enter executive session?
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilmember Vaughn. Do I have a second?
I motioned it, but I'll second it.
My apologies. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So ordered. We are entering executive session at 5:39 p.m. for the
Can I
public.
place my statement on the record, Mr. Clerk, before you terminate the call, so I'm on the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For the meeting record, what I indicated to Council President, first of all, the resolution that was just passed does not exclude the city attorney. I am the city attorney. I am by statute and by code required to represent the city council and the mayor, as well as the city. And to exclude me from this meeting is improper and inappropriate, both under the statute and the code. And at this point, if any of the body wishes to make a motion to include me, they can do so. But right now, it is solely the council president's decision. And if any of the body need to make a motion, they can do so. But I have Mr. Cohen here and Ms. Razak from my staff. If they feel that there is a conflict, then one of them can certainly attend, and I will stand aside. But at least a member of the city attorney's office should be present.
I make the motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison and a second by Mr. Mushal.
Right, that's Mr. Blakely.
I'm sorry, my apologies, Councilman Blakely. A second by Councilman Blakely. I would like to call a roll call vote for this.
What is the motion?
The motion is to include the city attorney, Mr. Morelli, in the executive session.
I would like to have, instead of Mr. Morelli, one of his representatives, either Mr. Cohen and/or Ms. Razak.
There's a motion on the floor.
I believe my apologies. I believe the motion did include either Mr. Morelli or a representative of the legal department in executive session. So
Okay,
that
thank
was
you.
the motion that was made. I will now call the roll for this motion. Mr. Blakely,
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Mushal,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
The ayes carry it. Someone from the legal department should be included per the motion made on the floor. And we are going to adjourn to executive session at 5:39 p.m.
Let me just say this, if Council President, if you feel that I have a conflict, I will have Mr. Cohen attend, if that is your preference.
Mr. Morelli, what my preference is that I have the attorney that was selected for the body, which is Mr. Colosi, and the attorney that was selected for the redevelopment, which is Mr. Hoffman. Now, I am not clear on why we're paying 3 attorneys to be on staff when we are paying our attorney the sum of $84,000 or $88,000, and plus every time I can understand the EEOC officer, but I cannot understand why we have a list of attorneys on these costs when we have retained Mr. Colosi. I'm just not getting it. We can have that discussion later, but that's where I'm at with this.
Well,
I just don't think that we need to be pulling off because every time one of them shows up to these meetings, those are dollars spent toward their account from the amount that has been passed through resolution. And I just don't believe that it's necessary when we have an attorney, Mr. Colosi, and then we have a redevelopment attorney, and then there's 3 other attorneys on these calls. I just think that's an overkill, and it costs the city money every time you have this amount of attorneys on. And that's my personal opinion. I don't have a legal opinion.
Okay, you can have a personal opinion, ma'am, so quite honestly, but the argument really should be, why do we need Mr. Colosi and why do we need Mr. Hoffman when you have the city attorney's office? City attorney's office are here on salary. They don't get paid extra to put in all this extra time. I put in a 16-hour day on Tuesday. All I asked you was, as a courtesy, whether you wanted Mr. Cohen to step aside, to do so, and I graciously offered to step aside. Ms. Abdur-Razak is here because certain council members asked for certain information, and she graciously agreed to attend. So both of these attorneys are on salary. They're not getting any money to be here. And certainly, you know, there's a compelling argument that the city shouldn't be making the payments to Mr. Colosi or Mr. Hoffman. So I will ask you the question again. If you want Mr. Cohen or in my place, or if you...
Well, Mr. Morelli, the vote has been cast, and I'm the long vote, so they've already made their decision, and I don't know who they want, but I already told you, you know, my personal opinion. I didn't think either one of them were necessary, but, you know, that the body has taken a vote, and they have voted to have one of you in this session. And so then it's up to you to determine which one, because I was a lone vote.
Okay. But the reason I was giving you the courtesy, because if you felt that I had a conflict, then I would put Mr. Cohen in my place.
Mr. Morelli, it's not a personal thing. It's just the way that I see the entire structure.
That's fine.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must remind you, technically, we are adjourned to executive session, so if we could resume this discussion inside executive session. For the members of the public, we will return as soon as executive session is concluded. We do not have a static time frame for that, so please monitor this channel, and we all shall return. Thank you very much. We are adjourned to executive session at 5:39 p.m. I will meet everybody else inside executive session. Thank you.
SAA made for? It's made for this guy, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her.
Hey, Aaron, you know we're watching you.
Branches and all ranks. Whether they serve
Who is that?
or made a career of it.
This is Ed Duffy.
SAA for military spouses and
Everybody else has got their camera off.
Oh, the camera, thank you.
Oh. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I think.
There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this
Certified free, 7 days a week.
Let me take a picture of you. You're nice. Take off your jacket. Want your jacket? Keep it moving. Come on, come on.
Someone just muted me. Hello? Hello?
Hi, I'm here, Robin. Looks like folks are coming in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, because they just muted me, so.
Councilman Blakely is here.
Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson, I have received a phone call from Council President McBride. She is going to ask us to proceed for a moment without her. Can we
Okay.
proceed, please?
Yeah, okay, so take the roll call and let's move on. Are we back in session?
Council Vice President, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Okay, she is there. My apologies. The volume is down. Council Vice President, I apologize. I can hear you now. I had a little issue.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Okay,
Okay.
may I proceed with recalling the roll?
Yes, that's what I said. Do the roll call and let's move forward. And I'm getting an echo.
Yes, ma'am. I now call the roll for council. Mr. Blakely.
Present.
Ms. Caldwell, I will call you last. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison, are you present on the call, sir?
Present. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Present.
Mr. Michel.
Okay.
Mr. Rodriguez.
All set.
Ms. Vaughn.
Present.
Council President McBride is absent. She will join us shortly. Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Present.
Ma'am, you have the floor. Would you like me to proceed with the approval of the minutes?
Yes, please do.
Yes, ma'am. On the floor are approval for the minutes for January 29, 2020, which was a budget meeting, February 5th, 2020, which was a budget meeting, May 13th, 2020 is a budget meeting. Council Vice President, would you like me to seek approval as a group or individually?
As a group.
Do any council have any comment on the minutes that were presented?
No.
Council President McBride, have you joined us again?
Yes, but Council Vice Chair need to continue because I have to step away from the meeting in a few seconds, just for 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. We'll consider you still absent. I will now, do I have a motion for introduction of the minutes?
So moved.
So, second.
A motion from Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Blakely. All are in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
None are opposed. The minutes for approval have been approved by council. Next, we have communications and petitions. We have 37 communications and petitions which were presented before council. Do I have a motion to approve the communications and petitions?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Caldwell Wilson. I have a second from Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed, so ordered. The communications and petitions are approved. Next, we have several reports out of the city clerk's office. First, we have submitting an approval for a raffle application filed by the Zonata Club of Trenton Mercer to hold an off-premises 50/50 raffle on October 24th, 2020 to benefit Zonata Club Community Grand and other community projects. Second, we have out of the city clerk's office a raffle approval application filed by the Auxiliary Board of the Children's Home Society of New Jersey to hold an off-premises raffle on November 28th, 2020 to benefit the infant program of the Children's Home Society of New Jersey. And finally, we have out of the city clerk's office the revenue report for the month, which totaled $23,735.60 for the month of July. Can I have a motion to approve the reports as presented by the clerk's office?
So move.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Caldwell Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
Seeing none, the motion carries. The reports of the clerk's office are approved. Next on the agenda, we have unfinished business for the second reading of several ordinances. I believe there was a discussion at the docket review and the conference session that there may be motions to table, so I will call them out individually. And if there's a motion to table, please let me know, and then we will call a roll call vote on each ordinance. First, we have ordinance.
Wait a minute, Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am.
What? Where are you at? Because I don't
On the agenda, we are on unfinished business, item 7, ordinance second reading and public hearing.
What's the number? 20 what?
The first ordinance would be 20-44.
Both are taken off.
Right, ma'am, but formally, we must formally table them and set a new public hearing date.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I apologize. I would, the proposed public hearing date for these, to table these to the 17th of September. The first is ordinance 20-44, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of real property at 942 Prospect Street, Block 35301, Lot 1 from JCR Properties LLC by Trenton Waterworks pursuant to NJSA 4812-5A1. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And that is a motion to table?
Yes. Yes.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson to table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council.
Oh,
I have a second by Council Member Vaughn. This is to table until the 17th. I will now call the roll. Council Member Blakely.
Yes.
Council Member Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Council Member Harrison.
No.
Council Member Michelle.
Yes.
Council Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Council Member Vaughn.
yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes. And let them know that the administration is the one that basically pulled them.
Yes, ma'am. This was pulled by the administration. A successful motion to table this to September 17th has been made and passed. Accordingly, the public hearing is tabled until September 17th. Next, we have a ordinance 20-46, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 101 and 103 New York Avenue, Block 9202, lots 1 and 17 respectively, pursuant to NJSA 40A12-13B5 to TerraCycle Inc. for the sum of $2,000. And once again, this was requested by the administration to be tabled until the 17th. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Vaughn. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The hearing is tabled and set for September 17th. The motion carries unopposed. Next, we have ordinance 20-47, adopt a lot program ordinance amending chapter 54, city-owned property of the Code of the City of Trenton to create an adopt a lot program. Do I have a motion to table this to the 17th as well?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by the Council Vice President. I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The public hearing is tabled until September 17th. Council President McBride, I didn't know if you wanted to proceed or if you were still going to step away.
No. I would ask if the vice chair would continue until I'm trying to take the Tylenol off of my head. And so,
Yes, ma'am. So, Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, shall I proceed to
Yes.
the next items on the agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay, the next item on the agenda will be public comment on new business only. This would be the items on the docket and the agenda. Is that what you want? Is that how you like to proceed, Council President or Council Vice President?
Yes, please.
Okay, do I have a motion to open public comment on new business only?
So moved.
I have a motion by Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have
Second.
a second? A second by Vaughn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Public comment is open. If the members of the public wishing to speak can please ask to be recognized, and you will be recognized by the Council Vice President. Please state your name and address clearly for the record. Thank you very much. Does anybody wish to be recognized by the Council Vice President? Second call. Does any member of the public wish to be acknowledged by Council Vice President to speak on any of the new business items on the docket? Third and final call. Does anybody have, or I'm sorry, it's not my call. Third call. Does anyone from the public have any items to speak on the docket? On the new business only? Council Vice President, I see no one from the public who wishes to speak. Would you like to close public portion?
Call for a motion, yes.
I have a motion, Council President, Vice President Caldwell-Wilson to close public portion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. We will now move on to new business. We have a consent agenda. The docket review and the conference session noted a number of items for the consent agenda. If you would like, I can either read the titles or the resolution numbers, or I can just proceed to move for approval of the consent agenda. Council Vice President, how would you like me to proceed?
Just proceed like we would normally do. What resolutions from what number to what number? Just call out the resolution numbers that are being consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. First, we have Resolution 2451, Resolution 2452, Resolution 20-461, Resolution 20-462, Resolution 20-464, Resolution 20-465, Resolution 20-468, Resolution 20-472, Resolution 20-473, Resolution 20-477, Resolution 20-484, Resolution 20-490 through Resolution 20-491, Resolution 20-492, Resolution 20-496, Resolution 20-505, and that are the total of the items on the consent agenda.
Proceed with the vote.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council President Vaughn. Do I have a second? I'm sorry, by Council Member Vaughn. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. I will now call the roll call vote for the approval of the consent agenda. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes, this is a consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The consent agenda has been moved forward and approved by council. Council Vice President, would you like me now to proceed to the roll call votes on the individual resolutions and proceed with the debate? Okay. First, we have Resolution 20-450, a resolution amending Resolution number 20-349 that awarded a contract to the law office of McManaman, Scotland and Bauman, LLC, to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.5 et sec. In an amount not to exceed $50,000. Council Vice President, open the floor for debate.
Yep. Does anyone have any questions on this? Though I think we went into it last night, Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am. I will now call a roll call vote.
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve Resolution 20-450?
So move.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Harrison. Was that Mr. Harrison who spoke?
Yes.
Okay. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Come to me last.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. You do have the chair. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
The motion fails. 20-450 is outvoted by a 4-3 no vote. Next, we have Resolution 20-460, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.4 et sec. to Trimboli and Prusnowski LLC, 268 South Street, Morristown, New Jersey, for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, in amount not to exceed $100,000.
I have a question, Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Go ahead,
So moved.
Councilwoman.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what service is Tromboli. I read the supplemental documentation, and it spoke to that this firm is being hired to do police disciplinary cases. Why would we need them to do police disciplinary cases? I'm not clear on what service or what legal expertise they are actually performing or providing to the city. Could Mr. Morelli, speak to that? Like, what legal expertise is this firm going to be supplying?
Legally, the law department cannot represent officers, as we do, in civil actions and then prosecute them for disciplinary violations. It is an ethical conflict under the law. That has been the position that the city of Trenton has taken, at least since 1999. It is consistent with the model rules on professional conduct and also the rules of professional conduct adopted in New Jersey. So in order to prosecute police misconduct cases, you need an outside law firm. This firm has done the work. You can ask Ms. Coley, our Director Coley. They have done the work well. We have reduced the matter of the amount of the contract because there was a question about them continuing to do the work, but we're going to allow them to finish the cases that they have, and then any new cases will be assigned to a different firm.
Okay. Is Director Coley on the line?
Councilwoman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is,
Do I still have the floor, Council Vice President?
I think you should, Mr. Morelli gave you the explanation. Yeah.
Well, he did ask to, it would be good if...
He is the attorney over, he is the law
I know,
director.
but the Council Vice President, I did ask for the floor, and I did ask a question because I did want to get clarity on this firm, because I want to make sure that I pass the correct vote.
But why would the police director be involved in that?
Because this is her department. These are the very employees that are being disciplined and cases are brought against are under her governance.
But we don't.
So can she just answer the question as Mr. Morelli suggested? I mean, I would want her opinion. Is she on the line?
Yes, Councilwoman, I'm here.
Okay, can you quickly do you concur with Mr. Morelli on this particular law firm and their purpose, and you're happy with the service that they've been providing to date?
Just to clarify, she can't give a legal opinion. She could just tell you whether they're doing a good job.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I just asked. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree that they are a good firm and they've done a good job in representing us. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Council Vice President. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. O'Connell.
Do I have a motion to approve 20-461?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second. So moved. Second.
It's 460, not 461.
My apologies, 460. I did read that incorrectly. It is 460. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. And I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
So ordered. Resolution 20-460 has passed. We now proceed to Resolution 20-467. A resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board requesting approval of bond ordinances for the city under the provisions of the Municipal Qualified Bond Act, NJSA 40A3-1 et sec. The floor is open for debate.
Where we at?
This is,
What's the number?
we're at Resolution 20-467. This is the first resolution from the Department of Finance for the roll call vote.
Council Vice President, I just want to ask the clerk, when we talk about the roll calls for these particular certain ones, can you look at the second page and just tell us what amount of the bond that the application is requesting?
Yes, ma'am. These were actually amended to put it in the title as well. The amount of the bond ordinances are $33,550,000 and $50 million for this particular resolution. This is just a resolution putting forward the submission of an application to the local finance board to approve the bond ordinances.
Okay.
And once again, $33,550,000 and $50 million.
But for 2467, that's just, did you consolidate them? Because I don't know, I'm looking at a different.
No, it says 33,550.
And
Yeah.
during the conference session, you had requested that the amounts be included in the title of the resolution, and accordingly, I received an updated copy. I did not receive it to today, and due to some email issues, it did not go out until late, so there was another package sent out, an updated resolution. That's the only discrepancy. It's just a discrepancy in the title being amended.
Okay.
Council Vice President, would you like me to seek a motion?
Yes, please.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilmember.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
I'm voting for them to make application, but that's no guarantee you will get my vote to buy the bonds. Yes.
Resolution passes by a vote of 4-3 in the affirmative. Next, we have Resolution 20-469. A resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board requesting approval of a bond ordinance for $6,800,000 under the provisions of the Municipal Qualified Bond Act, NJSA 40A3-1 et sec. Floor is open for debate.
Yes, and the amount on this, because I don't have it. I'm sorry, Council Vice President Cardwell-Wilson? Can I ask for the amount on 469 is?
$6,800,000.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Council Vice President, would you like me to open the floor for a motion?
Please do.
So
Do I have
moved.
a motion?
So
I have
moved.
a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll call vote. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries by a vote of 4-3. Next, we have Resolution 20-470, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board pursuant to NJSA 40A3-1 et sec in connection with the proposed issuance of $22,924,000 general obligation bonds series 2020.
So
Do you have
moved.
any questions?
Floor is open for debate.
Move.
Move it to vote.
I had a move. I have a movement by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
Hello? This
Yes.
one, I'm sorry, did you call my name?
Yes, ma'am. I called your name for the roll call vote.
For 2047-0, no.
471.
No, ma'am. This is 2470 for $22,924,000 in general obligation bonds of Series 2020. Council President McBride.
No.
And Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries by a vote of 4-3. The resolution is approved. Next, we have Resolution 20-471, a resolution confirming interest rates, setting grace periods, and establishing fees for the tax collector's office. Floor is open for debate.
Any questions? Move to vote.
I have a motion.
Wait, can public members contribute to this?
No.
Members of the,
No. No.
Ma'am, the
No.
public
no?
portion is already closed.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
Yes.
So moved.
So moved.
Remember this particular resolution. Excuse me. I apologize. Vice Chair, can I have the floor, please?
Yes, you may.
There's a vote on the floor.
Okay.
There was a motion to open. You can do a motion to open. So I have a motion to approve by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second? We can debate before the final vote, between the motion and the final vote. So that is permitted.
Okay. Second.
But I do have a motion on the floor.
So Council President, what were your comments?
No, I was just going to say that we had passed the resolution that was part of the executive order from the government, allowing that the interest rate and fees as far as being late on the water and your taxes be 0.1 until September. And this is and the director of the tax collector, she said that it wasn't permittable by DCA, but it was an executive order by DCA's governor. So I needed her the other night. I asked her to bring that information to the resolution that we passed, because we didn't want to have people charged during COVID-19 for late fees on their taxes and for being late on their water bill during COVID-19. So we had passed that, giving the residents a little relief, and I thought the resolution was good until September, which we are in September, and now she wants to do an increase. And so I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't for the second quarter of taxes and the third quarter of taxes, and those quarters for the water bill. I just wanted to make sure it was for moving forward for the fourth quarter. That's where I was at with this.
Can we have Ms. Ludden come up and speak to this? Ms. Ludden?
Ms. Ludden, are you present? There's a request from council. I do not believe.
This is Janet Schoenhar. I'll answer. I'll try to answer the question. Okay. I have the resolution. It was resolution 20-190. And according to the resolution, it was effective until June the 30th. So everything.
The taxes didn't go out until June the 30th for the second quarter.
Correct, but this resolution was up to June 30th. And also that this resolution also had to be approved by the DCA. And according to the emails that I got from DCA, I got that I had correspondence from the DCA saying that this was superseded by one of the governor's proclamations, and that this resolution was not valid because it was superseded by one of the Governor Murphy's declarations, and because we did not bill the second quarter, and there was no need for us to do anything because we didn't bill the second quarter, so there was no interest due because we billed it in August, so there was no billing due in May. So I'm trying to look at the proclamation of the emails that I went through with DCA, with Tina Vanelli, and also with John Morelli, and that was the understanding that the resolution 20-190 setting the rate of interest of delinquency is considered invalid per the DCA due to the executive order 130 by the governor. And that's what I have as my documentation, that resolution was by the DCA and by John Morelli saying that this was not a valid resolution to begin with. So that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
So Mrs. Schoenhar, you have the resolution in your hand. So who signed it over on the law department side?
It looks like Williams, Assistant City Attorney.
Rashawn.
I can't read the first name.
That's his last name, I think.
And then the middle name is S. And it looks like
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a motion on the floor to approve from Mr. Harrison. If you'd like to proceed with debate, that is permitted.
Move the vote.
Yes, Mr. Michelle.
I didn't say anything on that.
Someone can move the vote. I'm sorry.
Did someone want to proceed with a second to the motion by Mr. Harrison to approve?
I already seconded it. Yeah.
My apologies, I did not hear you. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson as a second. Is there any further debate before we proceed to a roll call vote? Mr. Blake, I will now proceed with the roll call vote. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Next, we have Resolution 20-474, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to conduct an accelerated electronic tax sale prior to June 30th, 2021 to charge tax sale mailing fees. And that is the title that I was given, so I apologize. There appears the date, June 30th, 2021, is the date that's in there. So the date is correct. The floor is open for debate.
Yes, Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes, I would just want to ask if the business administrator is available. BA Adam Cruz?
I am on the
yes,
line if
yes,
you need
I am
me.
here.
I figured out my mute issue.
Okay, Adam, about this accelerated electronic tax sale. So to be executed prior to June 30th, 2020. So this is for fiscal year 2021, correct?
I'm sorry.
This accelerated tax sale would be to support fiscal year budget 2021, correct?
Yes. If you want me to read a memo that is attached to the resolution, it explains it a little bit simpler.
Okay.
If you'd like me to do that, I'll read it to the record. It says, attached, please find resolution authorizing tax collection to produce and execute installment payment agreements at her discretion. This is a resolution.
No, wrong resolution, Adam.
Okay.
474, sir.
74, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay, well, I'm just going to ask the question. Okay, so for fiscal year 2020, the accelerated tax sale. So I would be concerned about that because of, again, I just want to reiterate what Council President referred to with COVID. Since we had a devastating year, our nation with this pandemic, what can we do as a city to what are we doing for this budget cycle? I haven't really heard anything from the administration on fiscal year 2021 budget and when the mayor is planning on introducing the budget to the council. I think we are legally, we're past the deadline already. We're in September. I think by law, it was supposed to be introduced to the council last month in August. So are we giving any consideration to our residents, our taxpayers for COVID? I think an accelerated tax lien, considering the impact COVID has had on our businesses, on our, a lot of businesses probably won't even reopen, on our residences. Folks have been, furloughed and unemployed. So to push an accelerated tax sale, I know in ordinary times, this would be something that can be done, but in COVID, what are you and the mayor planning on doing and providing our taxpayers relief based on the pandemic, the impact the pandemic has had on our city?
Councilwoman, Madam Chair, unfortunately, this is a statutory requirement that all municipalities must do. Yes, we are struggling to recuperate from COVID. The administration has been very aggressive in trying to provide microloans to businesses and also assist in creating other forms of grants to make them available for businesses in the city, and going as far as assisting residents should they need assistance with rental complaints. If people trying to get evicted, we have several of those calls. We have tried to do that. However, tax collection is a statutory requirement that no municipality can get away with. As you can see from the governor's executive order, he is the one that pretty much allowed for municipalities to be able to not charge late fees up until the end of June. So statutorily, we don't have a vehicle to make that happen, unless the governor or the assembly in the state can also move forward to do something. It is our duty. The county is still waiting for their taxes. The state is expecting to get their taxes collected. So it's something that we cannot just oversee, unfortunately.
So, Mr. Cruz, I have a question.
Yes.
When you develop your list of all these properties that you're going to do an accelerated tax sale on, do you, prior to posting this for a tax sale and setting a date, do you contact these people to see if they want to come in and make payment arrangements?
I would allow for the tax collector to advise you on that. Council Vice President, she is more familiar with what it is that what means we use to advise individuals that owe taxes.
Okay, Ms. Ludden, are you available?
Yes.
Okay, thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Cruz.
I'm
Ms.
here.
Ludden? Yes.
Can you hear me?
So is there a mechanism that we have, because of the crisis we have with COVID and people are out of money and out of jobs, is there any way that we contact these people prior to this tax sale going up? To see if
They receive several.
let them know.
They receive several notices, and anybody can come in and make any sort of payments that they want to prior to the sale. If there's
Does the
any
letter
balance,
tell them that?
go ahead. The letter, it's just a delinquent notice that lets them know that they are delinquent.
Okay, but the fact that it's going up for sale, that there's going to be a lien holder, perhaps they need to know that they have the opportunity to contact your office immediately and make arrangements.
I can
mean,
put
that's
something in the comment on the notice.
That I would appreciate that, because I would like them to have the opportunity to understand the urgency of this, and so that they can come in and schedule payment arrangements with you until they get back on their feet, because we've just got too many people with lien holders over their heads and end up trying to get those liens paid off. It's cost them a fortune.
Yeah, one of the resolutions that's coming up is, although it may have been consent, we do easily 10, maybe 15 payment plans a week. So it's a very active program.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very concerned about doing an accelerated tax sale and them not understanding right off the bat what's going to happen. They usually, it hits them after it's happened, and we really need to be able to help them out.
I can put some sort of language on the notice that gets sent out.
Well, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
Hey, Council Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Council Vice. Yes. Question is, how many notifications do go out? Is it 2? Is it 1? How many? I'd like to know how many it is. Could you clarify that?
For Ms. Ludden?
Legally, we have to send 2 notices plus a free notice, so we send 3. I normally send at least 4, and that's just to notify of the tax sale. There are other notices that go out prior to that. I send a pre-tax sale notice, and then usually there's a delinquent notice after every quarter So it's usually 8 to 10 notices before the tax sale. In addition to the posting of the notice, the blurb on the website and our own website, and the notice in the newspaper, which is 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Council, Council Vice Chair.
Can I?
Oh,
Can I have the floor, Council Chair?
Yes. Of course, Mr. President. Go
Miss
ahead.
Kathy. The question
Go ahead,
that
Council
I wanted to ask was that if she sends 4 notices out, how many of them have the information about an installment plan? Out of the 4 notices that you send out, is the installment plan mentioned on any of those notices?
No, but Vice President asked for it. I will put it on future notices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
yes, but question, Council Vice Chair. Vice Chair Caldwell Wilson.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, just quickly. I just want to concur with Vice President Caldwell Wilson. I think what we're missing here. I appreciate that you're going to add that language on the notification, but the question is, at what time will they receive it? Will there be will the communication communicate or instruct or provide them that guidance maybe 4 weeks in advance, or I don't know what the timeline is when the the drop dead date is for them to pay up their taxes. But I think that letter should go out at least a month or two, or every time you send it out, right? You said you send it out 4 times. So every time it goes out. There's
delinquent notices and there's tax sale notices. So I will put it on the delinquent notices because those are the first ones that go out.
So it should be a standard that any time that notices go out, that should be a guidance that that the city offer installment payments, and it would be prudent for them to inquire sooner rather than later.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Condon,
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman.
I have a question. Yes, was this clarified? Is either was supposed to be 2020 or 2021?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
It says 2021 in the resolution.
It's fiscal year 2021, June of 2021.
So it have to be done before June of 2021, not right away, right?
Well, notices are sent after every quarter becomes delinquent.
I understand that, but
the tax sale is not until June of 2021.
And if I didn't hear wrong, Mr. Cruz said that the tax sale is mandatory by the state, and
absolutely, yes.
That we do an accelerated tax sale or just a regular tax sale?
Accelerated.
So that's mandatory. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Condon.
Yes, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
Vice President Caldwell Wilson. I have a second from Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michal.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Condon, I don't want to vote on this one. My vote will be a no vote, MV. Can that be done, right?
I have an abstention from Mr. Rodriguez, which is Ms. Vaughn.
No.
It's not an abstention, it's a no vote.
I have a no vote from Mr. Rodriguez.
I'm going to vote no.
I have a no vote from Ms. Vaughn. Council President McBride.
Yes, I wanted to just state that Mr. Cruz said that every municipality has an accelerated tax lien, and that is not true. The problem that I'm having with the accelerated tax lien is because we've went through this several times in the past, and we've debated. Council Vice Chair and I went over to talk to DCA about the accelerated tax lien, and they told us that it takes a minute to get out of the accelerated tax lien when you straighten out your financial status of your city. And the problem that I'm having with voting on this is that we just raised the tax rate, the water rate in the city of Trenton, and that water rate should compensate for the water company, and it should also help them manage all of our customer base throughout this municipality, and it should not have us to have to create money, because the accelerated tax sale, it helps you create capital right then and there. And so because of the increase in the water rate, I didn't think that we needed it right then and there. I thought that we could, allow a regular tax sale and not an accelerated one. And so I will be voting no.
And Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries. I have a vote of 1, 2, 3, 4, 4-2. Mr. Rodriguez entered a no vote.
I think there was 3 no votes.
I have a yes vote for Mr. Blakely, a yes vote for Ms. Caldwell Wilson, a yes vote for Mr. Harrison, a yes vote for Mr. Michel, a no vote from Mr. Rodriguez, a no vote, not a no vote, not a nay, but I refuse to vote, or I'm present, which is a non-vote, and then I have a no vote of Ms. Vaughn and Ms. McBride.
Okay, so that's 3. Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Now we have Resolution 20-475, a resolution authorizing the assignment of a tax sale certificate. I received an updated list late today because they were accepting payments on these up until noon today, and an updated list was sent to council this afternoon. The floor is open for debate. This is Resolution 20-475, a resolution authorizing assignment of tax sale certificate pursuant to NJSA 54-5-113.
I do want to make a comment if I could have the floor, Vice Chair.
By all means, yes. Go ahead, Council President.
I would just like to make a statement, and I would just like to say, I know we have to generate taxes because that's one definite thing that we have in life is taxes. But I would like to say, under the COVID-19, and people in our city, we're experiencing a high rate of unemployment, and people in the city of Trenton are losing their homes, and you go through the city and you see all of these boarded up buildings, and then you see all of our contracts going out of the city. So there you have, on this docket alone, over $5 million going out of the city. People are losing their houses due to tax sales, and no one feels that it's a need to keep some of these contracts into the city. No one feels the need to employ the residents in the city. The small window of opportunity where we can employ, like the CDBG grant money, like offering up and making sure that the local contractors get that information for those demolition houses. We do none of that. And our city is turning into a board, a big brown board. And that's a problem for me. Because when you come into an inner city and you recognize that the people are suffering and there's no money being left in this city, you constantly are sending out millions of dollars. But somebody has to stop and look at where our community is and say, listen, we got to get some of this money that we're shelling out on these dockets to the residents in the city of Trenton. And I'm telling you that this has to change. $5 million or more on this docket, but none of it is for Trentonians. And I just refuse to keep voting to send money out of this community to line someone else's community up with cobblestone, and ours is lined up with brown boards. It's an insult. It's an insult to me. And I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of people are suffering. But even before it got to the COVID-19, we had a serious problem. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Are you taking public comments or comments from the public?
No.
Not at this time, ma'am.
Okay.
Please ask her to mute herself.
Please mute yourself. Anybody who is not on council, please mute yourself until recognized or acknowledged by council. Thank you very much.
You can move forward, Mr.
Yes,
Conley.
ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve Resolution 20-475?
Could you read the title, please?
This is a resolution authorizing assignment of tax sale certificate pursuant to NJSA 54-5-113.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, was that Mr. Harrison? A second by Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll.
Yeah.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No vote.
I have a no vote from Council President McBride. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
I mean, I'm voting no.
My apologies.
I'm not abstaining.
My
No.
apologies. I have a no vote. I have a nay vote from Council President McBride. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Motion carries 4-3. Next, we have Resolution 20-410. This is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the Law Office of Goldenberg, Mackler, Sayal, Mintz, Pfeiffer.
So moved.
I have a motion and moved by Mr. Harrison.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Is there any debate from the floor?
Yes, Council Chair Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes. Is Law Director Morelli available? Can you just quickly remind us? Can you quickly remind us what legal expertise this particular law firm will be providing the city for $250,000?
Mr. Keith Bonke is the premier tax foreclosure expert in the state of New Jersey. He has written the book on the subject, quite literally. It is a very specialized area, and as you know, there are medical specializations and legal specialization. This is a very highly specialized field. This also includes, just so you can understand, the $250,000 includes all the costs that he has to forward for the title searches and whatnot, because it's very expensive to do this. This is not, and I want to emphasize this very much, this is not limited to the hotel. This is all the tax foreclosures that we have, and we have quite a bit. Mr. Delisle has the exact number, but I will say this: Mr. Bonke has been long recognized as a very specialized tax foreclosure expert.
Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson. I know you're saying that this is not strictly for the hotel, but you are planning to use this company to foreclose on the hotel.
I am not planning to use this law firm, do anything. Mr. Delisle is the one that directs what matters they do tax foreclosures on. So
Okay,
that
then
question.
maybe I need to speak to Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle?
I am here.
So, Mr. Delisle, so the plan is to hire this company for tax foreclosures, including the hotel.
Councilwoman, that was authorized by council at the last meeting, but I'd be happy to have that discussion with council before we begin that work. I mean, that's a very significant project, and I think council should be involved with it before we move forward.
No, we should not be foreclosing on that hotel, and council has made that very clear. And that jeopardizes my vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Delisle.
Council Vice President, I only refer to the action that was passed by council at the last meeting. That's all.
We passed it for an accelerated tax sale, which the city purchased. They didn't even put it out to public to purchase that tax lien.
No, Councilwoman, it was put out.
No, it wasn't. Why is the city in the business of buying tax liens?
The city didn't purchase it. It offered it for sale. No one bought it, so the city retained it. The city had it.
No, that there was a lot of people didn't even know about it.
I defer to to Constance, the tax collector, for discussion of the last tax sale.
No, I don't need to discuss it anymore. Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
Council Chair Caldwell Wilson?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Yes, I will say this, that on that particular resolution, and Mr. Delisle, can you just stay with me on this question? So on that resolution, and I don't know if my other council members noticed, but it was a provision there that on that resolution, they included in there that this law firm would be servicing that tax certificate sale, that tax sale certificate. And that was one of the provisions in that resolution. In this council, we did approve it. And I say that because I always I would just ask each and every one of us on this council that we should be mindful and read and try to read. It's a lot. The administration introduces a lot of resolutions and ordinances at times, but we need to pay attention, and because they really slip a lot of stuff in on us.
Yep.
And this was in that clause. And if somebody has that resolution available,
no, we don't need it to read that right now.
I'm just saying that we as a council did approve this. So and that was on that resolution. So we should be careful if we're going to vote yes for something and then try to pull it back or renege on it. But if we have concerns about that resolution, we can repeal it. Is that correct, Mr. Morelli? Can we repeal a resolution that the council passed?
You can't. That's legally correct.
Okay. So if the council wants to repeal it, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Council Vice Chair. Council Vice Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle. Mr. Delisle, you were saying that somebody else would like to speak about this. Could you elaborate who would like to speak about it?
No, I have the chair, Mr. Harrison, and I decide who gets to speak. Am I correct, Mr. Lord?
Yeah, but you asked me to ask the question, so I'm asking Mr. Delisle who would like to speak on this, because I would like to hear what they have to say.
Okay,
that's what I'm asking.
Give me an opinion on this.
I'm sorry, you're asking me for an opinion? You did give the floor to Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison can ask a question, but you can end debate if you want to, Vice President.
Yeah, I'm going to end debate.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for Mr. Harrison. I have a second for Mr. Blakely. I'm going to proceed to a roll call vote on this. Mr. Blakely.
Before I vote, I just would like to say something. This is absolutely out of control. The fact of the matter is, you may not like what Councilman Harrison has to say, but he should have the right to say it. This kind of tyrannical behavior is shameless. This is a democratic, deliberative body. And if he has questions that he needs answered to assist in his deliberations for an answer, then he should be able to ask them. I mean, it's just like outrageous that people get a little power and they become out of control with it. And so I just needed to say that. My colleagues should have the ability to ask the question. And my answer is yes.
I have a vote of aye for Mr. Blakely. Mr. Harrison.
Well, like I said, I would have liked to answer my question, but again, they see that they're playing this game. But yeah, my answer is yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
Could I comment before my vote?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah.
Theoretically, no, but subject to the chair.
Thank you, Chair Caldwell-Wilson. So I just want to say I did pull up the resolution, 20409 it was, a resolution authorizing and directing foreclosure of certain tax sale certificates pursuant to the REMN Personam Tax Foreclosure Act. And it did state, be it further resolved that Goldberg, Mackler, Sayegh, Mentz, Pfeiffer, Buki, and Gill, attorneys at law, is hereby authorized to take all necessary action, including lesser and interim procedures, toward the collection of the outstanding tax arrearages as he shall deem prudent. So I just want to say that I think that the law department has not really, when you all, Ms. Morelli, you stated that this law firm in Resolution 2410 is going to do is going to be working on other foreclosures throughout the city besides the hotel. But based on Resolution 409, only a hotel.
They've been working on tax foreclosure matters for the city.
That may be the case, but I'm just saying in 2409, I agree with Council Vice Chair Caldwell-Wilson. It appears that's what it says. That's what we approve. But this
don't misunderstand. Don't misconstrue what I said. You said, are they going to be working on other matters? And I said, it's up to Mr. Delisle. He has used them on other matters. So please don't twist what I said.
Okay. All right. I just wanted clarity, but I just wanted to clarify to the public and all that's on this in this meeting that the last resolution that the council did pass was specifically and only for the tax sale certificate of the hotel. And this is what was stated in that resolution. So I'm going to vote no. Hello?
Council President McBride, your vote, ma'am?
No.
And Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson?
No.
Motion fails by a vote of 3-4. The nays have it. Next, we have Resolution 20-411, a resolution designating New Life Construction and Property Management as redeveloper of property located at Block 27601. My apologies, at Block 27601, lots 36 through 41, which is 106-116 Chambers Street within the Central East Redevelopment Area Plan. Floor is open for debate.
Any questions?
Yes, Marge, I wasn't here, and I wasn't here when Mr. Hoffman gave his recommendation. So if you could help me out, anybody, I would appreciate it.
Maybe Mr. Hoffman, can we have him talk? Is he here? Is Mr. Hoffman on?
Let's see. I do not see Mr. Hoffman, but I am checking, Council Vice President.
All right, then. If he's not here, it's okay. We can move forward.
Floor is still open for debate. Council Vice Chair, would you like me to proceed to a vote?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes, before not yes, before I cast my vote, is Mr. Delisle available?
I'm here.
We
Yeah,
are in the presence of a vote. I
this-
do have to, Ms. Vaughn, I'm sorry. Council Vice President, do you want Ms. Vaughn to proceed? We are in the presence of the middle of
Absolutely.
the vote.
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
Go ahead, the floor, Ms. Vaughn.
Yes. Roll call resolution designating, so this is just the designation, right? So just confirm that New Life Construction will, they are obligated to come back to council with their plan within the next 20 days, right?
We will certainly come back to council once we've negotiated the agreement, and if you'd like a presentation from them, Councilwoman, we can have that happen.
Yes, thanks.
Okay.
So the answer is yes. I mean, the vote is yes.
Yes, ma'am. I have an aye vote for Ms. Vaughn. Council President McBride.
I would vote yes.
And Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Vote carries unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-485. A resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Levy Construction Company, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $226,200 through bid 2020-46. I just want to note for council that an updated resolution was sent pursuant to a statement in the conference that updated the amount from $200,000 to $226,200. The floor is open for debate.
Yes. Council Vice Chair.
Yes, Council Chair. Council. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just gonna speak to all of the resolutions, and so I don't have to do it but once. Based on the senior homes and the community center, and hopefully it should have been a library on this too, but it's not. But the thing that I want to say to Mr. Delisle is this: I don't see or have I seen any training for Trentonians that live in the housing projects. I haven't seen any program set up so that there could be a continuous training, because in the statements that under the Section 3, it says that they will do their best to find people that need this employment in public housing and people that get funds from the federal government. But if there is no stabilized program that continuously train our residents, or even put ads out, ads out to advertise the Section 3 piece of this, then I feel as though Mr. Delisle has not did his job. I feel as though if we allow this money, as much as I need those senior homes renovated, if we allow this money to walk out of this city with these resolutions without that Section 3 piece in place, then we can't get this money back, and our residents don't get a part of this money. So I am saying to Mr. Delisle that I think that you have did an injustice to the residents in the city of Trenton, and that you need to advertise or find out about who and where we can set up some type of training so our residents can be included in this money. This is CDBG grant money. The law says that they are entitled to at least have a shot at it. But you're not giving them a shot, Mr. Delisle. You're not giving them a chance. And for that, you have not did your due diligence as far as I am concerned. And I can only speak for myself. This is an outrage, and you should be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Delisle, because you knew that that Section 3 piece is attached to that CDBG grant money. You know it, because this has been your job for years. And I cannot support any of these, as much as I want to see those centers done, until you do the piece that is in that Section 3 clause to reach out to these people in this city so that they can be a part of this construction.
May I respond?
Council.
Go ahead, Mr. Delisle, because I have something I want to say. Go ahead.
Councilwoman, you said some pretty strong language there. I would like to point out that in all of the bidding documents, there was a big section of federal compliance, including Section 3, that our purchase department reviewed to make sure they were compliant with the bidding documents, and that they did have a Section 3 compliance plan, and that we will have a kickoff meeting with the contractor and review those federal requirements with them, with Jackie there, the law department who's responsible for the Section 3 compliance and the oversight, and we will have them advertise in local papers and do outreach for it. So to say that I should be ashamed of myself and that I did an injustice and I'm not doing my job, I got to say, isn't fair. So we will absolutely comply with the law. We will absolutely do outreach. I have a relationship with the Housing Authority. We will reach out to them to make sure that their residents are involved and informed. But it's not fair to say that I'm not doing my job.
So, Mr. Delisle, I have a question for you. So why are we waiting until we approve these contracts before we do the outreach?
Yeah. Why are we waiting to do... The Section 3 compliance is for new hires, principally, and we don't know who the contractor is that's going to do the work, right? I mean, for them to do the outreach.
So, but they understand, and they know what the process is through the Section 3. They should have already given you a plan for recruiting and training.
The plan is included in their bid documents. And I did send that to the clerk yesterday, because I said on Tuesday that I would get the information to council, and I did that. I provided it. It's almost 70 pages, the federal compliance documents.
I have a question.
Who just? Oh, Councilman Blakely, go ahead.
Yes. So Section 3, this is to Mr. Delisle. Section 3 is only relevant if a contractor is hiring new employees, right?
Correct.
So if a contractor, bids on a program and they are only going to utilize their employees, they're not required to do any outreach because they're using their already existing employee workforce to work on a particular project.
Their outreach is principally for new hires, for low-income people, particularly those that reside in public housing.
No, but what I'm saying is, generally, if a contractor, say if they have 10 employers and 10 employees, and they have a project that they got a city contract for, and they're going to use 8 of their employees, they don't have to do any outreach because they're already they already have their employee workforce that they're utilizing.
That is true.
Mr. Delisle, the Section 3 does not require a certain percentage of that employer to have cut out for the low-income residents in the city?
There are goals for new hires for low-income residents of the city.
But
For
if there are no
new hires.
But the point that I'm making is if there are no new hires, if a company has a contract, there are no new hires, they don't anticipate doing any new hires, they already have their workforce that they want, they don't have to hire, they don't have to do any outreach because they're not hiring any new employees. They're using existing employees.
Council Chair Paula Wilson.
That was a question to Mr. Delisle. I'm waiting for an answer from him.
Well, he answered. But he answered it.
I just asked him a second question.
Okay, everybody, one person at a time.
So that was a question to Mr.
You want to
Delisle.
answer the question?
That, Councilman, that is my understanding. But if I could ask, if Jackie is on the phone, if she would like to add to or elaborate, this is her area of expertise.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Jacqueline Abdul-Razak. What we do with respect to anybody who contracts with the city of Trenton, we have documentation.
Excuse me, Jackie, but we have a lot of background interference.
I'm sorry?
We
can hear you
had a
now.
lot of background interference.
I don't know what you're hearing. Can you hear me?
It's clear now, Jackie. We can hear you.
Good evening. Whenever someone contracts with the city of Trenton, there are certain documents that they have to fill out with respect to affirmative action and hiring and the like. You know, these are federal documents. They must comply with them. I believe, I hope I'm answering Mr. Blakely's question, but, you know, we look to people to try to, again, get everyone involved because we want everyone to be working and having position. Just to give you a little breakdown, with respect to housing rehab in the city of Trenton, 80% of the work is local and it's from minority firms. What happens in these larger firms, and I know you guys are very concerned with that, a lot of times, you know, they have their plans, they submit their plans, and I believe I had this conversation with a few council, well, I believe I had this conversation, I'm sorry, I'm not really sure of who I had it with, but nevertheless, I did have it with Mr. Delisle and Ms. G. Oftentimes when people are submitting their plans, they don't know how to properly fill out the plans. And if you submit a packet and it's not correct, then the city of Trenton cannot even view your packet. And also, you know, we can't just choose who we want. You can't have a preference. However, you must look at the lowest bidder and you have to look at their entire packet. And I'm sorry, I just want to hear Mr. Blakely's question again. Oh, okay, I believe Mr. Blakely wanted to know if someone is contracted and they already have their workforce. You know, we become concerned when they don't have any women, any Hispanics, any African Americans, any veterans, any handicapped, because again, you know, everyone needs work. We want everyone working and we want to comply with the EEOC.
Let me ask you a question.
With respect to our contracts. And another question, there was, I believe Council President was concerned about training and the like. Again, when I spoke to Mr. Jalal and Ms. G, we all agreed with respect to a plan that they used to have with the city where, you know, where they help train, they help individuals with respect to filling out packets correctly. There's a lot that can be done. And again, after meeting with Mr. Delisle and meeting with Ms. G and also going over the information that they sent, even with respect to the levy firm, there's definitely a Section 3 plan. Again, and it appears that since Mr. Delisle has had this job, that he has insisted and made sure he and Ms. G that the Section 3 plan is in the packet whenever someone bids. Again, I believe he was trying to say, because I believe they were trying to pinpoint him as to the contracts and different things that people are bidding on. There are a lot of contracts, people have to bid on them. So I guess, people can't say with specificity what all the terms are until we know who the contractors are. I mean, it's a very tedious process, but again, and just, I kind of take exception to just, general statements saying that people are not doing their jobs. I mean, they really are. This administration is, I understand that, people may think that we've been in here 2 years, but things have been done different ways with different administrations. I believe that this administration is trying to do a good job. I see council trying to do a good job, but we are definitely monitoring, and we're going forward to make sure that these contracts are in compliance, and we're making sure that Section 3 plans are being adhered to. Again, if I didn't answer anyone's questions, please can you just give me a question that I
Thank
can
you.
answer. I was just trying to listen to everything and trying to answer everyone's question. But again, we're working closely. I'm going to be speaking with the young lady or actually speaking to the directors in all departments so that I can get these contracts together and I can go over them and know with specificity and make sure that we're complying with the EEOC regs. And again, I think we need to implement, as Mr. Delisle and Ms. G and I spoke about yesterday, we need to implement programs again. Apparently there was a program, I think it was called Moet, and apparently it was a good program. It helped teach the local people about bidding. It also it offered training and the likes. And I believe all these are progressive things that can help the citizens. And in light of COVID, a lot of jobs have been taken away. Perhaps we can get people working and get people, back in the swing of things.
So Council Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yes, Council President.
Council.
Well, Council Chair.
Hold on a second, Councilwoman McBride, something to say.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah. So the Section 3 is a legal basis for providing jobs for residents and awarding contracts to businesses in areas receiving certain types of HUD financial assistance. So under the Section 3, it's almost like a set aside for the for the urban centers and for the people in the urban centers. Now, what I'm saying is that once these dollars from the CDBG funds walk out of this city, you cannot bring them back, because if none of these contractors, and trust me, that's an old song about the people in the city of Trenton not knowing how to submit an RFP application, because there are some qualified contractors within the walls of this city. And when I look on this paper and I see levy, and I don't see any other contractors, that raises a red flag. And what I'm saying here is that I refuse to watch anybody that works for the city of Trenton funnel this kind of money outside of this city, and none of it is left here. Let me be very clear. What is unfair is when we do not leave none of this money in Trenton. Not Mr. Delisle, but the residents in the city of Trenton. That's what unfair is. And so, again, the Section 3 piece is almost like a set aside. So don't tell me about whether or not the contractors can't be selected, because the law is clear.
Well, you didn't hear me say that. You didn't hear me say a contractor cannot be selected. Don't put words in my mouth.
Excuse me. Let the council president finish her statement.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Council President.
Somebody better tell us something, because she better not interrupt me again. The section
you're
3
very
is the
disrespectful. You don't have to talk to people like that.
Right.
Ma'am, please
Very
do not interrupt
disrespectful.
council. Pretty please, I'm begging for decorum here. Thank you.
The section 3 is the legal basis for providing jobs for residents and awarding contracts to businesses in areas receiving certain types of HUD financial assistance. So we don't have to have this conversation because the law is clear. Thank you.
Council Vice Chair. Council Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Delisle, and they both of them explained repeatedly that the Section 3 is there. So we could double down all we want on it, but it's there. So maybe we need to realize that I think everybody in this city wants to see everybody have a job. I don't think that Mr. Delisle or anybody in this city doesn't want to see people in the city have a job. It was repeatedly said over and over, Section 3 is there. Thank you.
Council Vice Chair Paul Wilson. Yeah,
Yes,
I just want to say, everybody knows what the law is, and there has to be, we use the word plan, but plan is a nebulous term. When a contract is executed and the procurement office, and they end up on this docket, so at that point, you have chosen who that vendor will be. So at that time, when that resolution is written, somebody needs to put a plan. That contractor needs to be immediately informed that he has to go out into our city and find some employees to bring on board to start the work. Now, if Levy has submitted his plan, Mr. Delisle, can you answer me this question? If they submitted their plan, as you say, as it all is attached to the document, so in that plan, when did they say they were going to initiate the project? And when did they state a date, a schedule, a timeline? That's what comes with a plan, right? A timeline, a schedule. And that's what you should be asking for, Mr. Delisle, because they are receiving CDBG grant money. The CDBG grant specified that that's one of the requirements. So on that plan, it should be, you expect the project at the senior center to start on X date, within 2 weeks' time of start date. The city expects you to have employees starting to work on that site. And that's what we want presented here. So we want them to give us a schedule, an estimated timeline, contingency of pending approval from council, that the date that they are planning on initiating the work, that 1 week, 2 weeks after initiation, they're going to have Trentonians working on that site. What's the use of initiating a plan and they never hire Trentonians and the project is done? What yourself and Miss Abdul Razak is stating is that you're telling us, you're kicking a can down the road. You're telling us, wait until we do this and wait until we do that. Well, the law doesn't say that you get a chance to wait. We hired you, Mr. Delisle, and also Miss Abdul Razak. You have to hit the ground running here. That's why you make the big bucks. That's why you're the boss. That's why you are one of our assistant attorneys in the law department that's tasked with providing oversight over our EEOAA initiatives. So I am saying this is not a junior job. We expect you individuals to be engaging these vendors and telling them what their requirements is day one. Hit the ground running. As soon as we approve this resolution and that first check is cut, Within 1 or 2 weeks, we expect them to be hired Trentonians and those jobs and those folks to be starting that work. Now, I don't understand why that can't be done. Why can't that be done, Mr. Delisle? What is the expectation? 1 week into a job, starting a job, 2 weeks into starting a job, 3 weeks into starting a job? We can't wait until the job is complete.
Forgive me, am I supposed to respond or can I respond?
Yes,
I'm not
yes,
sure.
absolutely.
Yes, oh, Councilwoman. Okay, Mr. Delisle, you got to respond. I just want to make an announcement. The clerk, I have to leave for a few seconds. Councilwoman McBride is taking back over the chair.
Yes, ma'am, acknowledged.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, I can say that once the job commences, we will have a baseline. What I mean by that is a list of all the employees, and then weekly we'll be monitoring any new hires and what the payroll is for the job. For the small jobs, they should be completed within 3 months, start to finish. For the larger ones, it'll be longer, about half a year or a little bit more than that. All I can say is we'll follow the law and we'll have the most rigorous compliance evaluation that we can, and be happy to provide an update to council at the schedule that you require.
Hey, Mayor.
No, it's not the schedule that I require, right? It's the schedule that you require from the contractor.
Oh, we'll get those reports weekly. What I was referring to, Councilwoman, is report back to you at the frequency that you are interested in hearing back. If you want weekly,
what I would want for each job. I don't mean to interrupt you, but then, Mr. Delisle, what I would want to see and what's required by law is a list of employee names of who they hired. Who they actually hired is not what they say they're going to do. We need a list of how many Trentonians Levy Construction plans to hire. They already know what the job is. The job has already been scoped out. They've already costed the job. They provide the scope of work. They told us it's pretty much this is how much it's going to cost. We gave them the contract, so they should know how much resources they're going to be needing. So we already know that. So we already know that. So tell us when they're going to hire those resources.
So in the compliance plan that they submitted to us, they indicated that they were looking to hire one additional person for the work. I think, as Councilman Blakely pointed out, it's the new hires in addition to their existing manpower, that they would be looking to hire one additional person for their job. And again, we would know at the beginning of the job who was working on the job and know when
I just want to be clear. And this is, and Ms. Razak, can you take this away and come back with confirmation? Because I'm going to I need you to follow up with Councilman Blakely's question, because I don't want, folks trying to talk around the law and find a loophole around the law. The fact of the matter is, federal public funds does not care whether a contractor has a company and he's already has employees that he's bringing to the table. Those employees do not live in the city of Trenton. Those employees don't qualify under the CDB grant guidelines. No one cares what his, there are, however, what we want, there are affirmative action requirements that his firm has to meet. I hope they met that based on you guys granted them the contract. But once a company meets those guidelines for affirmative action, then they are obligated to meet the CDBG grant guidelines and hire Trentonians. So there's multiple levels of regulatory requirements a contracting firm has to meet. They have to meet their affirmative action requirement, is what I believe Councilman Blakely is talking about with their current employees. But they also, once they accept that contract, they have to meet the regulatory requirement under the CDBG grant funding and hire Trentonians.
And that
So
is
I want to know
absolutely correct.
how many contracts, how many employees, how many hires the levy organization is going to hire based on their CDBG grant requirements, not the affirmative action requirement, the CDBG grant requirement for Trentonians. So, Ms. Razak, can you bring that information back to me?
And if you grant them the contract, and if they're given the contract, if they're awarded the contract, then they will definitely, I mean, it's the law. They have to proceed pursuant to the contract. And I will definitely get that information back to you sooner than later.
That's far away from that.
Okay.
Council President, Ms. G
Madam
is
President?
seeking recognition on the floor as well, just to give you notice.
Pardon me? I
Councilman
didn't hear you,
Rodriguez.
Mr. Conlon. I didn't hear you, Mr. Conlon.
Ms. G has her hand raised and is seeking to make a statement as well.
I would like to say to comment also.
Mr. Rodriguez, go right ahead.
Yes, I want to. We should table all of these contacts until we get that information, that plan. I agree. We should have a plan stating how many Trentonians are going to be hired in each one of these projects. Somebody was saying something.
Is that a formal motion, Mr. Rodriguez? Are you making a motion to table?
I move that we table them until we get the information that Ms. Bond requested. With the number of how many Trentonians each one of those projects is going to hire.
I have a motion on the floor to table Resolution 20-485. Do I have a second to that motion?
No, I want to table all of them, 85, 86, 87, up to 489, because they are the same type of contracts.
If just for clarity of the purposes, I would like to do each one individually because each one has been called for a roll call vote during the conference session, if you don't mind, Mr. Rodriguez. I do have a motion from Mr. Rodriguez to table. I do have a second by Ms. Vaughn. We will proceed with the motion to vote to table. Mr. Blakely.
Hi, I'd like to, before I vote, Mrs. G has something that she has to say that may help me clarify how I'm going to vote. So if I can have Ms. G make her statement, with Mrs. G, I'd be really, I would appreciate that.
We have a motion on the floor. You have a motion. We have a motion on the floor. We will move forward with the motion, and I will allow Mrs. G the floor after we finish these motions and the vote.
No. Table, Mr. Blakely.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, have you returned?
I'm back.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, on a motion to table Resolution 20-485.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
I have something to say. So we want to table, even though we're following the law.
Correct. There's a motion on the table.
No.
Mr. Michel.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
This and the date to table would be the 7th. Are we tabling this to the 17th or indefinitely?
Not until if they have until they got, we see the plan.
Right, until the plan is presented.
Well, she said that she would get it.
The matter is tabled until such time as it is presented again before council after a plan is presented. Next, we'll move on to Resolution 20-
No. Before we go into the resolution, Mr. Conlon, you said that Mrs.
You did want to hear from Ms. G. The floor recognizes Ms.
Yeah, I want the councilman to speak first. Mm-hmm.
The floor is recognizing Mr. Harrison and his question to Ms. G. He had requested that Ms. G speak on the matter. Ms. G.
No. Mr. Blakely.
My apologies, Mr. Blakely. There's a request for Ms. G to speak. Ms. G, can you please answer the councilman's question? Councilman, could you restate your question for Ms. G?
Mrs. G had something that she would like to say as it relates to these contracts and to CBDG funds, and I'd like to hear what she has to say.
Hi, thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to comment that I just didn't want to set the expectation for council that we're going to come back with a plan from any of these contractors with a plan to hire Trentonians. The Section 3 law, it's not what you are interpreting it as. It is the contractor's best effort to hire local people if they have a position to be filled. There's no requirement, there are no sanctions, there's no report to be filled out. Nobody's going to lose a contract because they didn't hire anyone local. It would be ideal if we could have contractors that could go into the community and hire people on the job site. But I really believe that your interpretation of what Section 3 is incorrect. And any basic Google search can show you that. Levy Construction actually has a job set aside for a laborer for the Broad Street project that's outlined in their plan, that's included in the bid documents. For the Reading Center, Levy also has a Section 3 job set aside for a laborer. And their plumbing and heating is setting aside a training apprentice program for a Trenton resident under the Section 3 requirements. Not everybody has the need for a new employee for the job with this contract. So they're not all, they didn't include it in their Section 3 plan that is required. We evaluate the plan. We will monitor them to make sure that if they are hiring anyone new, that we can instantly recognize that based on the information that you provided to us in our pre-contract meeting, you listed you had 6 employees, and if you show up with 8, they need to document to us that they did reach out to the housing authority for Section 3 residents to apply, or the one stop for Section 3 people to apply. But I just don't want your expectations to be that we're going to come back with some requirement from these contractors that they're going to hire people, because that's not how federal bids are accepted. We have to choose the lowest responsible bidder. And as part of our bid packet, we require that they lay out a Section 3 plan, which was included in each of their bid packets. What they would do if they needed it, as per the law, as per the reg.
So what you're telling me is all of these plans, all of these proposals, all of the contractors that were selected are following Section 3 regulations.
Well, they have to outline. So this is a proposal, right? They're putting together what they can do with the price associated with it. The purchasing department evaluates each bid to make sure that all the documents are included. Section 3 plan is a requirement. So if they didn't submit one, it would have been included, it would have been thrown out as a fatal flaw. So each of the bid documents included what their plans of hiring were. If they needed a new employee, what would it be? Where were you going to reach out to? Who were you going to talk to? When are you going to do it? That's a part of their submission. But we don't choose them based on that decision. We choose them on who had the lowest price. We all want to break up the good old boys club and get, local people jobs and want to see the smaller firms make some money on these deals. But that's just not how this works. I mean, that's not how federal procurement works.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
We can hear you.
Oh, my God.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. And
Mr. Conley?
That's the fact. Those are the facts.
Can I raise a point of order, please?
Yes, please. Point of order.
As the city attorney, I must make a statement that it is my job to remind everyone that yelling, interruption, laughter, or mocking are violations of our law, as well as an anti-bullying law that was authored in this township. It also violates Robert's Rules of Order, and that everyone should respectfully listen to the comments of anyone who has been lawfully recognized by the chair, and not engage in bullying behavior, yelling, mocking, or laughing at a comment. Thank you.
Your point of order is noted. Council Chairman, would you like me to proceed to the next resolution?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution R2486, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Chios Contracting Corporation in an amount not to exceed $189,450 pursuant to bid 2020-45. Before we start debate, did Councilman Rodriguez want to raise his motion again?
Definitely, yes.
I have a motion on the floor from Council.
Second.
I have a second from Council Member Vaughn. I will now proceed to a roll call vote. Councilman Blakely, this is motion to table.
No.
I have a no vote for Mr. Blakely. Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
I have a yes vote from Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Harrison.
Ms. G, thank you for the Google comment. My answer is no.
Mr. Michel.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The matter is tabled. I'll now proceed to Resolution 20-487. A resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Levi Construction Company, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $651,600 pursuant to bid 2020-49. Councilman, before we begin debate, Councilman Rodriguez, did you have a motion?
Yes, the same motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion? I have a second on the motion to table. I'll now proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Blakely.
No.
Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison. Councilmember Harrison.
No.
Councilmember Michel.
No.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
I just want to say, I just want to ask the law department, yes, I want to ask the law department another request. I read the EEO contract compliance law, and I believe there is a threshold of the amount of the contract. So if there is if there is a contract awarded over a certain amount, I believe it was $500,000, I believe. But can you please provide that information to council as well? Because if a contract is over a certain amount, there are ranges in which the contractor, of course, if a contract is so small, then the law is sort of waived. If I'm using, for lack of a better term. But there is absolutely mandated if the contract exceeds a certain value. So can you provide that information to us, please?
We will research it.
Ms. Razak?
We will have.
Because actually I got it from DCA at one point when I first initiated the request for a contract compliance office here in the city of Trenton that somehow, some way gotten rid of. And I know that there is a threshold in which a contract, if it's over $1 million, then absolutely they're mandated to hire Trentonians. So I know that exists. If I have to research the statute myself, I will. But if Ms. Razak, if you can provide that, I would much appreciate it. And my answer and my vote is yes.
And Council President McBride.
Yes.
The resolution 20-487 is tabled. Next, we have resolution 20-488, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Scazzari Builders in an amount not to exceed $754,245 pursuant to bid 2020-47. Mr. Rodriguez, I have your motion on the floor.
Yes.
Do I have a second? This is to table.
I second it.
I have a second by Council President McBride. I'll now call the roll call vote. Councilmember Blakely.
I have a question before I vote for Ms. G.
Yes. Does the chair recognize Mr. Blakely and his question?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
The question I have is, I know that there were concerns previously that we got CBDG funds snatched away by the federal government because we were not spending these funds in an appropriate time, that we got the money, weren't spending them. Is a delay in approving these contracts, is that going to lead, could that possibly lead to the federal government taking away this money because we aren't spending it?
Absolutely. When we submitted a plan to HUD, how we were going to spend our CDBG dollars, once we got all our funds back, there's this thing called timeliness. You have too much cash on hand. HUD says, why should I give you another allocation for the next year if you have all this cash on hand? We put together a plan that we was going to spend a significant portion of the money that we have on hand on rehabbing our public facilities. This is part of phase one. We will be facing timeliness soon. And if we're in the same position we were in 6 months ago, or a year ago when we started this process, we're at jeopardy of losing our 2020 allocation, which would have been almost $2.3 million in CDBG funding.
Wow. So we're in, so how long do we have to actually approve these contracts before that happens? Like, is it, when do you think that's going to come out based on your professional assessment?
So timeliness, our fiscal year for CDBG is July 1 through June 30th. They start to test our timeliness in May. That's when we receive our official letters. They would like to see more money spent before. They always encourage us to spend money before May, like at least 90 days before May, so that they can know that, it'll be drawn down from HUD, it's drawn down from us, it's and off our books are closed. So, what's that? February, if we're not showing any action on spending some of that $3 million we've allocated to these public facilities, we're probably going to lose $2.3 million that we're setting aside to help people with housing rehab.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
I would like to make a statement. Is it the vote is on me? Who's the vote on, Mr.?
We're actually, we have a motion and a second, but we are currently in debate. You did open debate on the motion and second, so please proceed.
Right. And so I just would like to share with everyone that the RFPs for these particular sites should have went out more than a year ago, because I was part of the team that went to HUD in Washington, and they gave us the green light for the senior centers and the community centers, which I don't see the Westward Center on here, and neither do I see a library on here. So those were the things that they gave us the green light on. I was at the table. And so I don't believe that questioning this piece, this Section 3 piece, and getting all the information that you need will affect the monies, because that is our job. That is one of the other reasons why the money had been frozen, because there were no records kept. There was nothing on file. When Newark came down, the entire office was in shambles, and there was Mr. Fahrenbach gave us a green light to do an audit in that department, which Mr. Dalal refused to do. And so I don't believe that this money will be threatened for us to get the proper information that's needed to satisfy this body in moving forward. Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. I'll continue now with the vote. This is on the motion to table. I have a first by Mr. Rodriguez, a second by Council President McBride. Do you vote, Mr. Blakely?
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Mrs. G and everybody else does their job. We're in compliance, but we're voting against senior centers to actually help the seniors. We talk about we're concerned about the people of the city, but we vote against them. There's no way I'm going to table this. It's embarrassing. Maybe we should start realizing that Mrs. G and other people do their job, and we got to start doing our job.
I have your vote.
Embarrassing.
Mr. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing in favor of Trentonians and not in favor of the contractor. The contractors who receive these grants graciously from the taxpayers of our city and our federal government, but we all pay into all those. We pay federal taxes, we pay state taxes here in Trenton. We pay our local taxes. So we're entitled, and that's right. I use the word entitled. Trentonians are entitled to a piece of these contracts. So as hard as some folks want to fight for the contractor and defend their obligation as far as the laws, I'm here to defend Trentonians' interest in this money and these contracts. And yeah, so it's worth it to wait until Ms. Razak comes back with those plans and make sure that these contractors are also sharing the piece of the pie that Trentonians are entitled to. And yes, we want to see these renovations happen because those renovations help Trentonians. But time and time again that we have seen contractors who don't contribute to this economy at all, and year after year, Housing and Economic Development Department has failed to ensure that interest of Trentonians was achieved. So it's no wonder we don't have confidence. The city doesn't have confidence. There are people out there, Trentonians, go out there. They know that they're supposed to get these jobs, but yet our own city, the people that they hired, we pay. I mean, I pay taxes in the city. I contribute to our economy. I contribute to this government. And everybody on this phone is telling me that my taxpayer dollars can go outside this city and not help Trentonians. And no, I cannot accept that argument. Okay, my taxpayer dollars, every single penny that I pay, which I pay $10,300 to live in the West Ward. And I want every penny of that to go to Trentonians, whether it's in a building in Trenton or whether it's some young man or woman who lives in public housing gets this job, or low income who lives in Trenton. I don't want all this money to go to the contractor. So that's all I have to say about that. And I think that the HED department and all the employees there need to start thinking about Trentonians and don't come to this call in front of this council and defend contractors who don't even live in the city. We should all be rooting for Trentonians. And my vote is yes.
Your vote on the motion to table is yes. Council President McBride?
Yes.
The matter is tabled. Vote is 4-3.
I haven't voted yet. Mr. Conlon, I haven't voted yet.
I believe I did call you when you voted aye, ma'am.
You did? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Council
ma'am.
President, may I say a few words?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may, Council. Yes.
Okay. I just want to say something. This spin that's going out that we are against the seniors and that we don't want to repair their buildings. Of course we want to repair the buildings, but we want to make sure that when those buildings are prepared and they're done properly and they're done with local help. We just want to make sure of that. So the administration can't go out there as spin doctors and saying that this council is opposed to the senior centers, because that is not true. And I want to make that very clear, because our mayor has a habit of sending out press releases before this council, before this body has an opportunity to even vote on any ordinance or on any resolution. And that is just not cool. Mr. Mayor. That is not appropriate to try and put pressure on so that we can just vote for everything you give us and not question it. Well, we will continue to question it. And if the Housing and Economic Development gives us the information we need, we will be ready to sit down and vote on these. And 1 month or 2 months is not going to make a difference because we are going to spend this money and we won't lose it. Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-489, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to IBM Construction Corporation in an amount not to exceed $243,687 pursuant to bid 2020-55. And I have a standing motion for Mr. Rodriguez to table this matter.
I have a question before we do that.
Yes, sir. Did the chair recognize Mr. Blakely?
No, Councilman Rodriguez push this motion, and then once we second it, then we can have that conversation.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Rodriguez, I have your motion to table. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do I have a second for this motion?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. The council president has indicated she would now open up the floor for the vote, and Mr. Blakely is recognized.
Yeah, I have a question. For these, this is to Mr. Delisle. Were there any Trenton-based businesses that bid for this work for any of these projects?
I don't believe so. I think there was some subs that were part of the bid package, but not primes.
So there were no prime Trenton contractors. Why don't you think that Trenton contractors bid on this work?
Councilman, I'd hate to speculate on something like that. I don't know. All I can say is that we followed the law. We awarded it in accordance with the law, both state and federal. We awarded to the lowest responsible bidder in accordance with the law.
Let me ask another question. Are there many large businesses, contracting businesses that are headquartered in the city of Trenton?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Council President? Shall I proceed?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Councilman, this is on a motion to table, resolution number 20-489. Mr. Blakely?
No.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Again, we're being told that we're following regulations, and nobody wants to listen. When are we going to wake up? Answer is no. Come on.
Mr. Michel?
No.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
We are tabling this. This motion is tabled. It passes 4-3 to table. Next, we'll proceed to Resolution 20-498. This is from the Department of Water and Sewer. This is a resolution for addendum number 1 to option and license agreement between licensor City of Trenton Sewer Utility and licensee New Singular Wireless PCS LLC. Floor is open for debate. Does any council have any comments or any debate on this matter? President, would you like me to proceed with the motion? Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes.
So move.
This is for the 15-year contract?
No, ma'am. This is for the GPS mapping services to be provided to the Department of Water and Sewer for various projects.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michel?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-499, a resolution authorizing a contract award to 72 Hour LLC, doing business as National Auto Fleet Group in an amount not to exceed $249,267.40. Floor is open for debate.
can, I don't have my resolution in front of me. What is this for?
I believe this is for the purchase of the equipment, an AWD cargo van, and for the meter readers, I believe. If Mr. Lavin.
Okay.
This is BA Adam Cruz, and yes, I do want to confirm that that is factual, Mr. Clerk, and that just want to remind council that this is actually being purchased through capital funding.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President.
If there's no debate, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion from Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Mushal.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Passes unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-500, a resolution authorizing a contract to Hawk Company through New Jersey State Contract Number T-0983855091 in an amount not to exceed $200,000. And this likewise is for the purchase of a vehicle, I believe. Floor is open.
Mr. Clerk, I believe this is actually for laboratory equipment.
Correct. My apologies. This is for laboratory equipment.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Caldwell Wilson to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. 2,500 carries unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-501, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for 1 year awarded to ALS Group Corporation, doing business as ALS Environmental in an amount not to exceed $57,706 pursuant to bid 2018-68.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. 20-501 passes unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-502, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Brentag Northeast LLC in an amount not to exceed $322,080.
Yes. Is Mark, I'm sorry, Council Chair Caldwell Wilson?
Oh, no, Councilwoman McBride is chair now.
Okay. I'm sorry. Council President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead.
This is the, is Acting Director Mark Lavenberg available?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Yes, I recall we spoke about this on Tuesday. This is a treatment, correct? A chemical treatment?
Yes, ma'am. This is for potassium permanganate. We use it as a pre-treatment to the raw water to aid in disinfection and reduction of THMs.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks. That's all. Just wanted to confirm.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I yield my time, Council President. Thanks.
Continue, Mr. Cole.
Yes, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
The roll call vote, Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Yes, so ordered. 2502 carries unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-503, a resolution authorizing contract award to 72-Hour LLC DBA National Auto Fleet Group in an amount not to exceed $206,590.
Council President McBride, there's.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, so, Mr. Levenberg, can you, are you available? So, there's another resolution that we just, voted 2,500. That's with the same, I'm sorry, not 2,500, 2,499.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Is that a duplicate?
No, Councilwoman, this is for a separate vehicle. I have a description if you'd like to hear about it.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so this vehicle contract, and this is a contract company that we're getting from the state contract, is for our construction and maintenance crew personnel to perform daily emergency response water utility work in the TWW distribution system. As direct support vehicle equipped with hydraulics, air compressor, generator, scene lights, etc., to support all equipment on the job site. It allows the construction and maintenance crew to maintain, repair water appendages and water distribution system in an effective and expeditious manner. I do have further detail of what's involved, but there's an awful lot of equipment involved with that. And as I did mention, we do have quite an aging fleet, and we just lost another truck the other day. So I have 3 active trucks right now, and I should have 6. So we're about half of what remaining power we have equipment-wise for this type of vehicle.
Okay. Do you know why the 2 separate resolutions? The 2 separate contracts?
I believe it has to be that way because they're 2 separate vehicles, and they were probably bid at or probably got the information on a different time. I don't think we could put them all together. The 4 vehicles, the 4 vans are identical. This is a completely different beast. This is a much larger truck.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Are there any other debate or questions from council? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Vaughn. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. The resolution passes unanimously. 2503 is approved. Next, we have Resolution 20-504, a resolution awarding a contract to Majestic Oil Company, Incorporated, awarded through New Jersey State contract number T-077-17-DPP-00140 in an amount not to exceed $265,433.81. Floor is open for debate. I have a motion from Ms. Caldwell-Wilson to approve. Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
I have a second from Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. 2504 is approved unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-506. A resolution awarding a contract through a competitive contract process to Harris Enhanced Division in an amount not to exceed $124,016 through competitive contract 2020-04. The floor is open for debate.
Yes. Council President McBride, could I have the floor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes. Acting Director Levenberg?
Yes, Councilwoman.
So, resolution awarding a couple, can you just remind me briefly what this is?
Sure. This is the software company that does the work and the communication devices for the GIS system that helps us maintain our assets and give us accurate mapping so that we can find valves and fire hydrants and different assets throughout the city. So it's basically a way of tracking it and knowing where it is. And it is part of the Water Accountability Act that we are doing our best to maintain.
Didn't we just approve something for GPS tracking?
There is a contract for GPS tracking of vehicles, so we know where the vehicles are throughout the day.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can't speak to that. That was prior to me being there, but I know we have that system as well. This is GIS, not GPS.
Okay, what's the difference? I don't know what GIS is.
I do believe we have Mr. Smith online, and maybe he can give you a little bit more information on this.
Yeah, what's the difference between the two resolutions? Because we just passed one for GPS, and this is the GIS?
Yeah, that was a singular wireless PCS communications issue for the department. It was an option and license agreement. I think they're two different separate communication systems.
Okay, all right. Good enough, thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any further comments or debate from council? Do I have a motion?
No, I just wanted to know what GIS was. I don't know what GIS is. Can someone tell me what GIS is?
So, Councilwoman, GIS is actually is used for mapping. You use global positioning system to have accurate positioning of the properties, and as he mentioned, hydrants and all these other things. When it comes to GPS, it's more for tracking. So you're tracking vehicles, you're not mapping them. So you track them as they go during the day. The other one is more for, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I have
move it.
I have a motion from Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn, somebody spoke before you, but I did not hear who made that motion. Can I have the second again from that party?
Councilman Harrison.
Okay.
I had a second from Mr. Harrison. I will now proceed to the roll call vote. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Resolution 20-506 passes. Next, we have Resolution 20-507, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Shannon Chemical Corporation in an amount not to exceed $92,777.30 through bid number 2020-53. According to the resolution, this is for zinc orthophosphate.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second? I have a second by Mr.
Second.
I'll now move to the roll call vote. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. 2507 passes unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-380, a resolution to approve a 15-year license agreement between the City of Trenton and Cellco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless for the use of city infrastructure and rights of way to provide 5G wireless service.
Second. So move.
Second.
I'm sorry, who made the initial motion?
Councilman Blakely.
Seconded by Harrison.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely and a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Is this on 380?
This is on 380
Yes.
for the 5G nodes for Verizon Wireless.
I have a question for Mr. Cruz, if I may, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes, Madam Vice President.
I thought we were negotiating a different contract year.
That was a request from council. I have not been involved in the negotiations. I believe the law director has. I believe Mr. Morelli was chiming in.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Morelli, would you like to talk about this?
Yes, Kevin Jones, who is on the call right now, had to go way up the corporate ladder. That's why I did not get an answer till late today. But he had indicated that his company, which is T-Mobile, if I'm not mistaken, was willing to go either Verizon. I'm sorry, I apologize. Verizon was willing to extend reduce the contract to 10 years, 2 10-year periods, or 4 5-year periods, for 5-year periods of renewal. If I misstated that, Mr. Jones will correct me. So it was
1 10-year, sir. One 10-year with 4 5
and 1 10-year removal, and 5 a 5-year with 4 renewal periods. And I communicated that to. I'm sorry. Let me just finish what I was going to say.
I need to get this clear. So you're saying that you want us to approve initially a 10-year license with a renewal of 5 5 5, and it would have to come before council for those additional renewals?
It depends on how the contract is written, but that's what I believe that the way Mr. Jones had made the offer. Now, he also indicated, I conveyed that to council president. I attempted to contact her by telephone, and she then indicated to me that she was not interested in that proposal because it would be beyond their council terms, the council terms of the current council. Actually, I think you were included on the email or the text message. 5G will not get a 10-year term. The best policy should be 5 years, allowing new council the opportunity to renegotiate. And that is not my understanding of what Mr. Jones was proposing. Mr. Stillwell, Warren Stillwell, contacted me, the attorney for AT&T, and he was unable to reduce the term from what was proposed. So that would be the next one you have on your list, 381. So if I have misstated, Mr. Jones is on the line, and he can bring you up to date to exactly what our discussions were going late until today.
Okay, but the only problem I have, Mr. Morelli, is that there seems to, and once we hear from Mr. Jones, I'm seeing there's an agreement to change this. We can't actually vote on this one then because it says 15 years.
Well, here's the situation. When the counter proposal is made, and all I can do is present it to the council body. Do you want to consider the counter proposal or not? And if the answer is no, then you have to vote on the original proposal. Now, I would suggest, because this is my discussions with Mr. Jones, was that it be deferred. He wanted it. He told me that his company wanted it very much to be voted on tonight. So when I get told the council does not want to engage in the discussion that we had, the only option is to either vote on it as it is or vote to defer so we can still continue the negotiations.
Okay, well, it's 2 weeks.
So you have the representative, Mr. Jones, you want to speak? Council President, can you speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Council, and thank you, Mr. Morelli. So I did speak to Mr. Morelli earlier regarding the comments that we had on Tuesday night. We had a presentation and a long discussion with the council on Tuesday night, and one of the concerns was the length of the initial term. So as Mr. Morelli stated earlier, we spoke with Verizon, and rather than the initial 15-year term with a 15-year renewable term, we countered with a 10-year initial term with 4 5-year renewal terms. That was, one of the things that we took in consideration based on the long conversations that we had on Tuesday. I drafted up the resolution, and it was in for to see if Mr. Morelli can get it on the agenda as a revised resolution. Certainly, we're not asking you to vote on the 15-year resolution because that's no longer Verizon's proposal. If it's in the council, thinks it's in the Verizon best interest. If you think we should table it and continue the negotiations, then you have to let us know that. But I don't want the council voting on a 15-year license as it's written on the agenda that I'm looking at.
So yeah, I would prefer to make a motion to table it until we get the other terms.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
I do have a main motion on the floor to approve. Does either one of those gentlemen wish to withdraw their motion, or should we proceed to a vote on that?
Well, we can ask them to withdraw their motion if they will. Councilman Blakely and Councilman Harrison, would you like to withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, I have a withdrawn motion.
Yes,
I have a subsequent motion from Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Harrison, I didn't let you speak. My apologies. And he
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor now for Ms. Caldwell-Wilson to table this for 2 weeks until the 17th. Is that?
I second that.
Motion?
That's fine.
I have a
I'll
first
second it.
for Wilson. I have a second for Mr. Rodriguez. I will now proceed to a roll call vote to table. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Are we tabling it for 10 years, or is that the way we're working on? 10 years, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes, I'm gonna vote yes, but I needed to know about the community piece. Is that going to be a part of the discussion?
Yes, Council President. And I believe Mr. Stillwell from AT&T is on the line as well, and they have promised to do community presentations and a community piece.
Verizon has also agreed to do that as well, Director Morelli, for the record.
Yes, everyone has promised to do that as well. So if it's tabled, then we can work out when it comes back, what the terms are, and what community presentations we can do at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. Thank you, Mr. Morelli.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Motion has been tabled. My apologies, please.
What about this 381?
Same thing, Council President.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Stillwell from AT&T is on the line, and I believe that he could not get authority, but he is willing to do the community presentations, and we'll continue to work with Mr. Stillwell to see if he can get authority for a lesser term.
That is correct, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Stillwell, we're going to make a motion to table this until you can make your until you can communicate with the people that you need to communicate with, and then get back with Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
And just so you understand, Council President, we had both of these attorneys don't have the authority. They have to go way up the line, not even to their superior. They've got to go up to a multi-district level to get approval. So that's why the answers came back late in the day.
Right. So Caldwell Wilson, do you want to make the motion to table?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to table 381.
I have a motion from Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson to table 381. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council Member Rodriguez. I now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Unanimously voted to table to 9/17/20 for Resolution 20-381.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have Resolution 20-510, a resolution awarding a contract through competitive contracting process to Borden Perlman Insurance Agency, Inc., in an amount not to exceed a flat fee per year of $75,000 pursuant to competitive contracting offer 2020-04. Floor is open for debate.
So moved.
Yes, I have a question on this. This is the one for the broker just for the broker to make the arrangements to find the insurance companies?
Councilman, yes, Business Administrator Adam Cruz. That is correct, Councilman.
Oh, okay.
I have a motion for Ms. Caldwell-Wilson to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll, unless is there any further debate? I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution passes with a vote of 6-1, 20-510. Next, we have Resolution 20-511, a resolution authorizing payment to Civic Pro National Insurance Company Program, Civic Pro National Insurance Program Specialty Brokerage, LLC, P.O. Box 70280, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19176, for the general liability excess insurance premium in an amount not to exceed $551,416. Floor is open for debate.
So moved.
I have a motion for Ms. Caldwell-Wilson to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Rodriguez to approve. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
And Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. 20-511 passes unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-519, a resolution authorizing payment to Civic Pro National Insurance Program Specialty Brokerage, LLC, 2-month extension of general liability excess insurance premium in an amount not to exceed $78,333. Floor is open for debate.
So moved.
I have a motion from Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, and I'm sorry, who was the second?
Second.
Mr. Rodriguez has seconded the motion to approve. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
20-519 passes unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-520, a resolution authorizing to extend the contract for an additional 2 months awarded to Fairview Insurance Agency Associates, Inc., 25 Fairview Avenue, Verona, New Jersey, 07044, to continue to provide broker insurance services in an amount not to exceed $12,000 on a competitive contract 2019-03. Floor is open for debate.
I have a question, Council President.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, why are we extending this contract? Wasn't an RFP sent out?
Madam President, this is actually the broker that was working on getting us the price quotes from the insurance carriers, and since they had already started the process and they had already submitted a price quote, some price quotes for us from the agencies, we did not want to discontinue that service, and so we extended it for the 2 months that we needed. So it's only for the month of it was for the month of July and the end of August. So their contract is actually done, and the new carrier is taken on as soon as this. Well, now they're taken on because the resolution was passed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move this.
I have a motion from Ms. Caldwell-Wilson to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes. Yes.
So ordered. Resolution 20-520 passes unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-521, a resolution authorizing payment to Chubb Insurance Company of New Jersey, 500 Ross Street, I-54-0455, Pittsburgh, PA, 15262-0001 for property insurance premium in an amount not to exceed $307,427.06. Floor is open for debate.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson for approval. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
This is 521, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution 20-521 passes unanimously. Next, we have Resolution 20-522, a resolution rejecting proposals received for technical support services on a competitive contract a resolution rejecting proposals received for technical support services through competitive contract offer 2020-03. Floor is open for debate.
Madam President.
So which one is that?
This is for the RFP for technical support services for the city of Trenton. This is to refuse to reject all offers for the RFP.
All right, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, well, I'm going to vote no on this resolution because first, they said that there were 6 proposals, but they were all, none of them was good or whatever, and we got stuck with the same people that have the last contract, which I find it very unethical, almost illegal, that we voted that contract down, and all of a sudden we were overturned by the administration. So I believe that we should continue discussing with one of these companies and pick one of them rather than wait until, like Mr. Cruz said, until there is a need to get rid of that emergency contract with this FCC or whatever their name is. I will be voting no to it, and I hope that my colleagues will do the same.
Madam President, if I am allowed just to make one simple comment.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Madam President, this is actually giving us the opportunity for us to go out to bid for another, give it another try. We have received new bids, and the contract will be in front of council at the next council meeting.
Oh, okay.
Mr. President.
There's a lot of noise going on.
Council President, Mr. Michelle, I'm sorry, Mr. Michelle is seeking recognition.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilman.
Put a motion on the floor to table.
Second.
I have a motion to table from Councilmember Michelle. I have a second to table from Councilmember Harrison. I will now proceed with the vote on the motion to table. Sir, is this a motion to table to any particular point in time or indefinitely?
Indefinitely.
This is a motion to table indefinitely.
I can't hear them, Mr. Conlon. It's some type of noise going on. I didn't hear either one of them.
My apologies. I think there's just some background information. Mr. Michelle has made a motion to table this indefinitely, and that has been seconded by Mr. Harrison, and we are proceeding with a vote to table this resolution to reject the bids indefinitely.
I have a question.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
What if we table this? Will we be able to go out, continue the RFP process to hire a new tech company, to, a new contract, a new firm?
Councilman, Madam President, by tabling it that means that the city will not have the opportunity to put another bid out. However, the bids received by the city are not to the best interest of the city, and so we will not be awarding anyone of those people that submitted proposals in the past. So that means that we will we need to continue supplying providing services to the users of the city as well as residents, and so we will continue. To operate on an emergency contract. So if it's the will of the council to table it, the city has no other vehicle to proceed. So I would recommend the council, Councilwoman, even if you don't agree, that is actually what is going to happen. That is what happens with procurement. So if it's not tabled, we cannot proceed, and no one else is going to be put on the floor for a vote.
Council President?
So could we get, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, can we get some advice from Mr. Kaloji here? Mr. Kaloji on the line.
Simmons?
I can't hear anything.
President, it's Michael Simmons.
Yeah. So there's a lot of interference. So the question is, the councilmen want to table this, and Mr. Cruz is saying that if he tables it, that they're not going to go with the six responses that they have, the 6 RFPs that they have.
What's all that noise?
If the question is the administration required to accept one of the 6 bids that they have?
If they table it. Mm-hmm. Yes.
The administration would not be required to accept any of the 6 bids if they felt they did not meet the standards for the bid or there were some problems with the bid. If that would be the case, then they would need to rebid the contract, or otherwise you would be continuing as is.
So, Councilwoman, I have a question that might be relevant to this discussion.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay. So, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Madam Vice President.
Mr. Cruz, if I heard you correctly, you said you had already sent a bid out, and you will have a contract. You will have a contract come before us at the next council meetings.
That is correct, Madam Vice President.
So, I'm not understanding why we have to table this, because if we table this, then the current company will continue to be paid.
That is correct. So if the council chooses to table this resolution, then we will be at an impasse, and we will continue to provide the services as currently as we are currently providing them. So there will be an impasse, and
so if you re-RFP'd that, how many responses did we get? And was it with all the new language?
You know what? If you give me if you give me like 10 seconds, I can tell you how many RFPs we received. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Mr. Michelle?
We got 11.
You got 11 new ones?
11, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
How long is it going to take for you to, you said that for the 17th, we're going to have you have picked already the company that's going to take over. It's not going to be the same name again going back to us, right?
Councilman, the bids were just received recently. I believe they were distributed to the administration yesterday, and the committee has still yet to meet to grade the RFPs.
So you don't know if we're going to have a contract for the next meeting or not?
No, we will have a recommendation to council for the next meeting. We will.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. President. Okay, so that puts us back to Councilman Michelle. Councilman Michelle, after hearing that, would you like to withdraw your motion to table?
On the record, Council President, this has been going on for months.
I can't hear Councilman Michelle.
They've been paying them illegally.
Can anyone hear Councilman?
No, I can.
They paying this firm illegally for months, right?
I can't.
I can't hear you.
Council member, we cannot hear you. I'm sorry about your connection. Could you try to take yourself off speakerphone and get closer to your microphone, please?
For months, we've been paying them, and they didn't have a contract. Now,
I still can't hear him.
and they should be
Can you make it out, Mr. Conlon?
He said for a month we haven't had a contract, but we are still paying them.
But this has nothing to do with them.
It does have something to do with them. This is
If we leave them, if we table it, they stay on.
I want to know if this firm is actual.
I can't hear a word.
Councilmember, we cannot hear a word you're saying. Your connection, according to IT, is very bad. Is there any way you can?
Oh shit! It's only a phone by phone. What are you saying?
Just to alert the council, there was a tornado that touched down in Trenton, unfortunately, with a lot of property damage, and it may have disrupted internet service, but it was an unfortunate event, and Director Grady Griffin is going to the scene, but it was approximately 10:16, so it may have disrupted some of the internet in the city. I'm looking at some of the pictures that were texted to me. I would say that's a very real possibility as to why you can't hear Mr. Michelle.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me now. Their contract, their contract, we've been paying them for several months. All right. I want to know from Mr. Cruz, are they going to pick them once again? We voted them out. And they got to stop playing games with this firm. We voted them out months ago. We didn't want them. Council did not want that unit in there. Now, what are we going to do? There's no doubt in my mind you know who you picked. And if it's them, they're not going back in.
Are you done, Councilman?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The answer is, Councilman, at this very moment, I cannot tell you. I am not part of the committee. We actually decided to not be part of that committee, myself or Mr. Cherry, so that there is no misrepresentations. And so new members have been selected for the committee. I know that they will be meeting, I believe, tomorrow to begin the discussion on grading the new RFPs.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Mr. Cruz, then I would suggest that the committee should know that this council voted not to rehire that company if they submitted a bid.
Madam Vice President, we have made it. The committee is aware of the council's vote in the prior meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Can we get information on those RFPs? Who are those companies that bid it? You know, at least the names and where they from.
Councilman, I believe that that the answer is yes.
Well, that would be fine if you could email us with that information as soon as possible. That way we, you know, we have been having problems with this company, and you know that, you know, we voted them down, and you know, bringing them back with emergency, that was a low blow in a way. You know, we don't, I didn't like it, but it sounds okay if we could get that contract by the next meeting.
Yes, you will have the recommendation for a vote on the 17th.
Some information on the rest of the company so that we could have an idea of what we are expecting.
I can provide you the list of names of the companies. Yes.
Yeah, and a little bit a brief thing about who the, you know, what experience they have, whatever, how many years in the service, or what, a brief thing, a line in each one of them.
Okay, I will discuss with the law department what can we provide at this moment, but I believe that your request is maybe in order. Yes.
That is excellent. It's fine. If you make it as long as it's, you know, legal, you know, whatever you can give us.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. I will.
Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor to table indefinitely, but debate is still ongoing.
So we need the Councilman Michelle to withdraw his motion.
I'll withdraw the motion if Mr. Cruz says that the FCC is not going to be back on that list to be put on there for us for council. On the record. If it's not going to be on there, I'll withdraw.
Councilman, I cannot make that assertion. If I
there
was
you go.
Councilman,
there you go. This has been going on long enough, Mr. Cruz. Enough.
Councilman, if I was to say that to you without the committee reviewing the packages, I will be in collusion with you to. So I would. That's why I cannot make that guarantee to you. So legally, Councilman, I cannot guarantee that for you. However, the committee will be reviewing the all submitted proposals.
Well, Mr. Cruz, can you ethically bring back a company for approval that we already disapproved?
Councilwoman, it's a new set of RFPs. I am not stating that the company is coming, that the committee will not be I cannot tell you who the committee will be recommending at this time. All I can tell you is that myself and Mr. Cherry have removed ourselves from the committees, not to not to impose on if somebody feels that we're imposing on anyone. We don't want that to be set. So we have removed ourselves, and I cannot guarantee that someone is not going to may be selected, because then I will be illegally telling you that an individual is being rejected solely on someone's request, and that is not what the law is there for. So yes, I cannot cannot say that right now. The committee has to review the packages, and if you allow for the committees to make a recommendation, you will see what what the result is.
Okay, so Mr. Morelli.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Morelli.
Yes, ma'am.
We have rejected this company for this position. Should we be accepting bids from them for the same job that this council said no?
Well, a couple things. Number one, my understanding is that what is out in the new RFP is completely different than what was in the old RFP. And a company, if they were disqualified for misconduct, you have to tell them what the misconduct was. And I don't know that that was done. Secondly, you have a changed world, not changed circumstances, but a changed world, because last meeting I tried to get this information to you, but I was not allowed to speak. You had FCC, which was set to expire on March 31st, because of a 3-month amendment that you approved by Resolution 20-81, which I have in front of me. And then you did not approve the Resolution 20-146. You're correct, to approve FCC. That was done on March 19th. Now, we all know what happened in the month of March. March 9th, we had the Executive Order 103 declaring a state of emergency. And then Executive Order 104, basically shutting down the state. And the city of Trenton on March 17th had to go to a skeleton staffing, and its employees had had the ability to work remotely. But that wasn't the only aspect of it. We can't just put it under the broad umbrella of COVID. What happened was that we had to go to the skeleton staff and access and work remotely. The website had to be updated twice a day because of COVID information, but more importantly, the police were hacked. And there was a suspicion of another hacking attempt. And if you'll recall also, that same exact time period, we in the law department were diverted of $982,000 in funds, and we were trying to find out whether we were hacked or not. It turned out that it was the insurance company that was hacked. So all of these things, and council had to be set up remotely. So all of these things have all gone into the new bid. And quite honestly, I can't say with any certainty whether this company is capable of doing the new stuff or not. I can say this, that if they've had problems, we have to tell them a certain way under the law to disqualify them. And we would have to look at this very carefully to see whether they can comply. And prior bad history is a factor that you can consider. But if we were to say unequivocally we're disqualifying one firm without going through the proper legal process, Mr. Cruz is correct. That essentially is bid rigging, and that is illegal. So you've got to be very careful about disqualifying one firm without the proper legal foundation being laid. But all of these things, gave rise to Title 40A:11-6, which was an emergency that affects the health, safety, and welfare and requires the immediate delivery of goods or services. So I know I'm going well beyond your question, but the answer is it can be considered, but it certainly is not absolutely disqualifying unless the proper steps were taken saying you're disqualified for specific prior bad acts, because they have to be given notice and an opportunity to rebut those things under the procurement law.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes.
I want that to stand. Council President,
Yes, I'm here, George. Trying to
I want
understand what's.
I want that to stand, and then the next meeting, everyone should have copies of the new bids, and then we'll go from there. We've been paying them all this time we've been paying them, and originally when I asked for all the copies of all the bids, I had a fight to get the bids. They would not release the bids. For some reason, they wanted that company in there, and they played games, and I got the proof to prove it.
Okay, but my question is, if you table this, then how could they move forward with the new group?
Well, we're going to pay the group that's in there, but everybody's going to get copies of the new group in there so everyone can see what's on there.
Also the RFP.
Once the committee makes its choice and they can provide the proposals for all the council people to see if they'd like. My suggestion is that we make them available. You come and inspect them because they're very difficult to copy. They're very lengthy. But I think Mr. Cruz is offered to have you look at the proposals, is certainly within the law, and Mr. Michel is perfectly welcome to come and look at them, in my opinion.
So what do we do about the tabling situation, Mr. Morelli? That's where I'm at.
Well, if you
Can they
table...
move forward?
Council President, may I speak?
No, I'm asking a question, and then you can speak. So can the grading process and everything move forward with tabling?
If you table it, then you can't move forward with the new contract, the new bid. So you're sort of in a catch-22. You know, they can't put that new bid forward. Because you got the old bid hanging out there, even though the old bid specifications have completely changed, because we literally have a new world than what we had on March 19th when you originally rejected this.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. All righty.
Council President, so as a result of us having a new world, so did any of the legislation change around contract law?
Actually, it did. Some of it did in terms of.
Can you send me the legislation that's related to allowing a contract to stay in-house, getting paid without going through council and being rejected by council?
Yes,
so
I can.
All right. So if you can send me that, Mr. Morelli, Mr. Kaloji.
Ms. Vaughn,
I'm asking for...
Ask me a question. Let me answer the question. Don't be rude and talk over me.
But you did answer.
Stop yelling.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Enough.
So,
as city attorney, I will send you New Jersey Statute 40 Cap A: 11-6. Which provides for an emergency contract with a vendor when there is an emergency that affects the health, safety, and welfare and requires the immediate delivery of goods or services. And in order to enter into an emergency contract, it must be an actual or imminent emergency that affects the public health, welfare, or safety that requires immediate services or delivery of goods. And then you could look to New Jersey Administrative Code 5:34-6.1, little a in parentheses, 1. I will gladly send you that tomorrow. Thank you for permitting me to finish my answer, because I will try not to interrupt you when you are talking.
Thank you.
So the question...
So my question is, okay, I'll wait for that statute to come my way. I will say again that we did reject, the council did not renew this contract. And I can't imagine, I don't know what is deemed an emergency, because we have gone through this in another context. And I don't really see how this type of technology, and the performance that they've been delivering has really put the city at risk by that they had to stay on as an emergency. So had the finance department or the technology department moved expeditiously and assess RFPs, knowing that the council was going to vote them down, I think it was just negligence and just pure violation of the law. And I think it's just listening to the administration. And I got to tell you, we have city residents on the phone, and I get on the call, and I get, and I hope they speak to it, because I get a lot of complaints after the call, the type of answers that the administration gives to us, the city, the residents. And this is an insult to the city and the residents who pay for this. Everything on this docket is paid for by the folks who are listening on this call. And the fact that the administration refused to be held accountable, it's just insulting and shameful. And I'm just going to be straightforward. It's shameful. And I know a lot of you don't live in the city of Trenton, but I do, and I represent it. And I'm a resident, and it's shameful. And if you don't want to represent Trentonians, rather you're an appointed official or elected official, choose another. You can go elsewhere.
All right, time is winding down.
But I'm going to vote. I think that we should vote this down and let the chips fall where they may, because the council acted lawfully. It's the administration that's acting unlawfully. So whatever mess they created, let them fix it. I think we should move this to vote and vote it down. I don't think that we need to try to fix it. Let them fix it. That's what happens when you break the law. You can't fix it.
So the motion on the
law should have been the law should have been handed down by all the attorneys that this city pay for. And they refuse to give the advice to the administration.
That's a false statement.
All my colleagues vote this down and let the law department figure it out. Thank you.
Point of order. You have legislative immunity, except when you cross the line and make statements accusing someone of a crime or make a false statement. You do not have immunity for defamatory statements. So when you make a statement like someone refused to give the law and you have no knowledge of that, and it's absolutely not true, you have now crossed the line. I just want to warn you, Ms. Vaughn, that you lose your legislative immunity and you can be sued for defamation. I'm just trying to help.
Ms. Morelli, who did I name it? I said the law department. So if you want to sit here and try to manufacture a lawsuit against me, you go right ahead, my friend. You go right ahead.
I'm just trying to.
You go right ahead. I can also put a lawsuit against you.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn, please. We need to move on. There's still a lot of business to carry on here. So I need to move this here program on. Now, my question is, do we table it or do we just vote no? Mr. Pelosi's partner.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes, Madam President.
I'm on.
Do we vote?
Vote. I want to take it to vote.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn. I'm asking an attorney.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Mr. Pelosi's firm. Where do we stand here?
Where you stand, Madam President, I think currently you have a motion to table, and it's up to the council how they wish to vote. Otherwise, the contract will continue as is, as the administration is represented, or you can withdraw those bids, and then the new bids can be considered.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion on the floor to table. Let's take the vote, Mr. Conlon.
There's a motion on the floor to table by Mr. Michelle and Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll for the vote On the motion to table indefinitely, Mr. Blakely. Councilman Blakely.
I apologize. I'm sorry about that. I had my button on mute. I have something I'd like to say before I make my vote.
Council President has called for a vote. Council President, do you recognize Mr. Blakely?
I need to vote. We need to move forward, Mr. Blakely.
I'll try to be as quick and as succinct as possible.
No, let's take your vote and let's move forward, please. Please.
I have literally, everyone has had an opportunity to speak on this matter tonight.
Please vote and let's move forward.
President McBride, I'd like to have the ability to speak. Everyone has spoken on this, and I have not had Councilman Michelle's opportunity.
Or move to the next person for their vote.
I'll come back to you, Councilmember Blakely. Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson, this is motion to table indefinitely.
No.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
I don't even know what the implications of tabling it indefinitely.
This is motion to table it indefinitely. If you table it indefinitely, the current contract will continue under the emergency contract status as explained by Mr. Morelli. If the motion to table is defeated, then we will have a motion to vote on whether to reject all of the bids and go with the new bids.
Then my vote will be no.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride.
No means to move forward.
Correct.
I would like to move forward. But Mr. Collins, before you go to me, you were supposed to go to Mr. Blakely again to get his vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mr. Blakely votes aye to table. Council President McBride, I come back to you once again.
I said I vote not to table.
Okay, the motion to table fails 4-3. We will now, if you want, we can proceed with the motion to approve the resolution. Council President, do I have a motion to approve?
We're moving to do what now?
This would be a motion to approve the resolution and reject all the bids.
Okay,
and go with the bids.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have a motion from Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson. I will now call the roll. This is.
I'd like to say something.
Does Council President have the floor?
So there's a couple of things. Thank you so much, President McBride. So there's a couple of things. I am appalled at the scurrilous attacks on FCC. On Tuesday, we had a robust conversation around FCC. There were a number of accusations blaming FCC for the challenges in the communication room, in the police communication room, which were completely false. There was an allegation that FCC was responsible for issues with the school district, which was completely not true. It was false. It was a lie. It was wrong. You had another allegation for FCC's fault around something else. I forgot what it was, but it was another falsehood. So there were three separate instances where FCC was blamed for items, or they were being blamed because Councilwoman Vaughn said that they did not integrate, they were not integrating the police department into their contract when they did not have a contract with the police department. So those were three mistruths. And I don't know if they're intentional or unintentional. It's kind of irrelevant if they are intentional or if they're not intentional, because it doesn't change the fact that they were lies. This organization, this company, has been assessed as being the best of the bids that were submitted. They were judged to be the best of the submitted several times. I think at least two separate times that they were judged by the submitted bids to be the best bids, and they were forwarded to council for consideration as the selection for the administration. I don't understand how my colleagues who spent much time on this call talking about the importance of hiring local and hiring African-American and minority firms, and we have a contractor that has probably the largest contract of an African-American firm and Trenton-based firm that we have in the city, and my folks are on here attacking them with baseless allegations, just baseless, not true. And I outlined already how the allegations were completely not false. FCC has done a yeoman's job of supporting us through a pandemic. They are supporting us right now. As we're conducting this meeting on the city council, we have an FCC representative on this call, working with us, making sure that we're able to have these council meetings in the midst of a pandemic. They have done a fantastic job. And it's just not Jarrell Blakely saying that they've done a fantastic job. There have been two independent evaluation processes that have judged them to be the best. And so now what I am hearing tonight are attempts by my colleagues to conduct bid rigging. And that's what's shocking. They're literally in a meeting, in a public meeting, attempting to collude to stop this small African-American business from getting a contract. If they are judged by this process that's starting tomorrow, if they are judged to have the best contract or the best bid, any attempt to stop that evaluation process or put put your thumb on the scale because you don't like this contract is unethical and illegal. And we have a former police officer stating in an open meeting that he wants to collude to stop. He wants a staff member of this city to confirm on a public meeting that he is going to remove a company that has a right to bid like any other bid. And if they are judged to be if they're judged to be the highest or the best bidder, then who are these members of this council to collude during that process? And so what we are witnessing here in broad daylight in an open meeting are illegal and unethical attempts by my colleagues to collude and to engage in bid rigging. And it's outrageous. And I just needed to make that very, very clear. Again, this company has done amazing work. They have been judged through several rounds to have done great work. And my colleagues on Tuesday still have not given us a legitimate rationale of why this company should not have the contract. They gave 3 examples. Again, one example where Council President McBride blamed them for the issues in the radio room, which they had no control over. In 2 baseless allegations by Councilwoman Vaughn, blaming them for connectivity issues in the school district, which is a totally different entity, as well as blaming them for not having an integrated system, whereas they did not have the contract for the police department. And so this is incredible that I'm hearing this, and I am going to speak to the prosecutor's office to see if the statements by my colleagues rise to the level of attempting to unfairly interfere with the proper bidding process, because I think that they have crossed the line, particularly Councilman Mushal's claims have crossed the line into collusion and bid rigging. Thank you very much.
continue.
She just called me an asshole. I just heard her. That was council, someone was on the line, and that was inappropriate, and that should be stricken from the record.
Excuse me, can we continue, please?
I'm going to call for the vote. I have a motion to approve by Council President McBride, a second by Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson. Councilmember Blakely.
No.
Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
I'd like everybody to know that FCC was the one that found the $982,000 at the city. So, yeah, I'm voting no.
Councilmember Michelle.
So excuse me, Mr. Clerk, but they need to understand this resolution is rejecting those proposals received.
That is correct. This is to reject the proposals received. This is to approve the resolution to reject the bids that were out there and go with the new RFPs.
And go with the new RFP.
That's correct.
I don't know what Mr. Harrison is talking about. He just voted a minute ago to table it. What is wrong with you? Move on, Mr.
Michelle.
There you go, being ignorant again. You have a right to your vote, I have a right to my vote.
Please allow me to proceed with the vote. Mr. Michelle?
Yeah, yes, it's, Mr. Michelle. Just for the record, and my vote's going to be a yes, but they were the highest 2 times in a row. They were the highest, and there's no doubt in my mind they're the lowest right now, and everyone's going to see what they did. And this administration's unbelievable. Everybody will see it tomorrow or the next day. I know for a fact what went down.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5 votes to 2. The bids are rejected. And they are ordered, and the order is to proceed with the re-advertisement procurement process. And that concludes the resolutions on the docket for the evening. Council President, would you like me to proceed to the first reading and introduction of the ordinances?
Yes, please. Let's get this done.
Yes, ma'am. First we have for first reading and the issuance of $33,550,000 bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. The floor is open for debate. Do any council have any debate on this matter, or shall I proceed to the vote, Madam President?
Yes, let's proceed.
Do I have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Harrison. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Only because it's for introduction, I will vote yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
The introduction passes by a vote of 4-3. Public hearing date is set for September 17th, 2020. Next, we have ordinance 20-49, a first reading introduction to set the public hearing date for September 17, 2020. This is a bond order. The caption is a bond ordinance providing for various capital projects and improvements for Trenton Waterworks to be financed through New Jersey Infrastructure Bank by and in the city of Trenton in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $50 million therefore and authorizing the issuance of $50 million bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. The floor is open for debate.
Yes. Council President, may I speak?
Go right ahead. Go right ahead,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I just want to clarify a question around the vote count on bond ordinances on the first reading. Does not have to go supermajority.
It does not, ma'am. It is a simple majority. It does have to do a supermajority of 5 out of the 7 council members. It has to be the full vote of the governing body. So the next one to pass this would have to be 5 of 7 council members to ultimately pass and approve this at the public hearing. But for the introduction, it only needs to be majority of the council.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, ma'am. Are there any other questions or debate? Council President, would you like to?
Yes,
a motion
continue, please.
Caldwell Wilson to introduce. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
I have a second for Mr. Blakely. I will now call the roll. Councilman Blakely.
Yes.
Councilmember Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Mushal.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
It does pass introduction by a vote of 4-3. The public hearing date is set for September 17, 2020. Next, we have the first reading and introduction of Ordinance 20-50. This is an ordinance amending Ordinance 00-18 entitled an ordinance continuing certain positions, fixing salary ranges, therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of these ranges for AFSCME Local Number 2286. Floor is open for debate.
Madam President,
Yes, go right ahead.
2 days ago, I didn't understand I still don't understand what is this ordinance about, creating another position, but, you know, I didn't get it. It wasn't too clear to me, you know, is this okay or not? You know, I don't know if we have the power to do this. You know, I thought this had to come through civil service or something, or negotiated with the union, and the union have something to say about this, because, you know, I didn't hear any input from the union on this. Is it okay with them? What is their opinion about? I would like to see that.
Councilman, would you like to hear from me or from Mr. Anatiri?
Well, we would like to hear from the union.
Okay. Not sure that the union members are available at this meeting.
Oh, what about the, do you have the paperwork from the civil service saying that this position can be created?
Madam President, I have a memo from Wally, and what it says is that the full-time inspector. All right. In order to effectively be able to keep up with the inspections of utility and road openings and street and sidewalk construction, this position should be filled by a full-time inspector. Prior to the layoff, there were 2 positions in the Division of Engineering's budget. The New Jersey Civil Service Commission no longer recognizes the previous titles. The attached ordinance will allow for the creation of the title of Public Works Inspector. So apparently, whatever title the city used to use prior to the layoff, Madam President, are no longer recognized, meaning the actual title for the individual. And so the new title, what we have in our books, is actually no longer recognized, but they moved that that title to now be named, I guess the, what's the name of the title now? Public Works Inspector. And it is recognized by civil service. There's a job specification as well. And it is attached it's part of the attachment to the resolution.
Question. Is this going to be a promotional position where our workers will be able to compete for this position, or is it going to be from the outside? That's not over here anywhere.
Councilman, with any position that opens up in the city, internal personnel has first choice as per contract negotiations with the unions. And so when we are ready to hire, it will be posted at every department, and city employees will be able to submit applications for it if they meet the qualifications.
We still have time, because if we introduce it tonight, we still have to vote on it. Can we get the input from the union before we finally vote this in.
Councilman, yes, I can actually reach out to the union president and have them, yes, I can do that.
You have to give a statement, or they could be in the call before we vote. We take a vote on this.
I can make that possible, yes.
That would be good.
Any further comments?
I move to introduce it.
I have an introduction by Councilmember Rodriguez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yep.
I have a second for Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I will now proceed with the roll call vote for the introduction and to set the public hearing date for September 17, 2020. Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Mushal.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. The introduction passes. The public hearing date is set for September 17th, 2020. Next, we have ordinance 20-51, the introduction to set the public hearing date for September 17th, 2020. An ordinance of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey to change the election date of the nonpartisan regular municipal election from the second Tuesday in May to the date of the November general election commencing in the year 2022. Floor is open for debate.
I have something I'd like to say.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. So I want my colleagues to think very long and hard about this ordinance. It's important to note that we have a runoff election in the city of Trenton. And if we change our elections to November, that means that we would be conducting our runoffs in December. I don't have to remind everyone on this call that the overwhelming majority of elected positions, municipally elected positions in this city, had a runoff. The mayor was in a runoff, as well as all four of the ward council people were in runoffs. And if we think that there was a decline in July turnout, what do you think will be the decline as it relates to December runoffs? This is, if we were to change the date, we would be, in essence, having one of the most important elections in the city in the middle of the winter in December, which would serve to really depress turnout and would really, I think, depress turnout, especially among our seniors who vote on high levels. However, if they have to vote in the winter, I believe that many of them will stay home. We could have a runoff in December during a snowstorm, which would depress turnout as well. And so I think that I can appreciate my colleagues' interest in wanting to increase turnout by having a November election. However, having a November election, I think, would do the opposite of what her intentions is, because the runoff would be in December. And so that is something that I think is just a really bad idea. If we think, again, I'll say it again, if turnout is low in July, just imagine what it would be in December. And we should be doing everything that we can to encourage turnout and not discourage turnout, which I believe would be the outcome if we have an election and a runoff election in December, which would be a consequence of having our regular election in November. And so for those reasons, I really hope my colleagues think long and hard about this. There's no reason to move quickly on this. Mr. Laurenti gave an eminent Trentonian and someone who's very bright, gave us a very practical and sensible and prudent recommendation for us to have a what do you call it? A charter study commission where we could discuss, possible changes. And then finally, I think that it is inappropriate, even though the law allows us, if we do make this decision, to extend our terms by my calculation, by 12.5% of our tenure. I think it would not be a good idea to unilaterally extend our term. I think that it is a bad look. I think it sends the message of being self-serving. And even though it's the law, I think that is just one additional reason, in addition to my principal reason of opposing this, which is my concern around having a runoff election in December. And so, please, I'm asking you all, this is something that it would be terrible to have an election. Few other places have runoff elections in the middle of December. And so there's a reason why, we have our municipal nonpartisan elections in May. And I believe that one reason is to build in an opportunity for us to have a runoff election that is held at a time that is not an impediment to the exercise of the franchise. Thank you so much.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I want to say that we voted on this back in March, and we voted for supermajority, and we did everything right, and it passed supermajority, on both iterations, first reading and second reading. When it was time to settle up with the Board of Elections to prepare for this November election 2020, we had to make certain deadlines. So we had another resolution that had to go to referendum, and it's a hard deadline for municipalities. If you're going to put a referendum on the general election, you got to have all the language and to the county clerk by August 25th. So when our previous clerk was here, he provided those instructions. To the law department is aware of those instructions. And I've been asking for a while the status of that progress of the law department and the clerk's office moving this process forward and making sure that we were in compliance with the Board of Elections and preparing for the November elections, and that our legislation gets accounted for and our citizens is able to apply their voice. But unbeknownst to me, when I was asking, this sat on the administration's desk, the mayor's desk. And when it came back, it was in a state that was unbelievable. So when you talk about the administration, and folks on this line want to talk about following the law and applying the law and making sure that this city, the elected officials, the appointed officials, the mayor, have good legal representation, and folks play with the legislation that the council put forward, that was voted on. And it's the only reason why it's here, because somebody, excuse my French, fucked with the ordinance.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
And the language, and because now we are got to put it for another vote because somebody wanted to interfere with the voice of the people and prevent this from going forward. And that is outrageous. So, and that's what happened. So here we are again. So they want to have another shot at it to try to ensure that it fails. Now, there are some mega benefits to doing this. And what Councilman Blakely laid out is totally absurd. Every municipality, Hamilton Township just had their municipal election last year in November. And they elected a new mayor. And there was no problem with a runoff.
They don't have a runoff.
Excuse me. Okay, but we, I mean, that's their option. Their municipality didn't see a value. Actually, we voted down. We had an, excuse me, I'm sorry, did somebody?
Yeah, they're partisan. They're partisan election.
Wait a minute, Councilman Blakely. Councilman Blakely. No one interrupted you when you were speaking.
At the end of the day, every single municipality, we have 13 municipalities in Mercer County. Every single one of them have moved to the general election. Every single one of them. East Windsor, West Windsor, Ewing, Lawrence, Hopewell, Robbinsville, all of them have moved to the general election because voter turnout proven increases exponentially. The expense to our municipality is less expensive. And furthermore, throughout the state, the same numbers exist. We have 561 municipalities, less than 10, I believe, and that's conservative, are all moved their elections to November to consolidate and to save taxpayer dollars and to increase voter turnout. And all these excuses and all this interference and obstruction and interfering with legislation
Such bullshit.
just is unacceptable.
Come on now, cut out the profanity.
Yeah.
And let's.
Well, I have the audit trail to prove it.
Yeah.
So it's incredible what had transpired with this.
All right, guys, this time is winding down.
So I just hope that all who voted for it last time will apply the same vote. And that's all I have to say here. Thank you.
President McBride.
Thank you.
President
Let's move on to the vote.
President McBride, this is our job to debate these issues. If we're here until 5 o'clock in the morning, so be it. It's our job.
You'll be here till 5 then. But we're going to move on, Mr. Collins, for the vote.
I understand that.
That's why we're here.
Council President.
Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
Council President has terminated debate. Do I have a motion to introduce?
What is going on here?
We have an obligation to debate these issues.
Yeah,
Mr. Collins, can we move forward to the vote?
Yes, ma'am. I have an introduction by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council President McBride. I'll now call the roll call vote. Mr. Blakely.
Before I vote, I have something I'd like to say.
Move on, Mr. Collins. If he doesn't want to vote, we'll move on.
Yes, ma'am.
No. I'm going to speak, or we're not going to have this meeting. The fact of the matter is, I have it right.
No, we're going to have this
ridiculous.
meeting whether you vote or not.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Collins.
The debate has been terminated by the Council President. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
I'm voting no.
Yes.
I'm voting no.
Yes, sir. Mr. Blakely's vote is no. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes yes. Mr. Harrison.
No. This council's a joke. Vote no.
Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harron votes no. Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Michel votes yes. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes in the affirmative. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes in the affirmative. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Motion to introduce and set a public hearing date for September 17, 2020 passes introduction. The public hearing date is set for 2020 by a vote of 5-2. So ordered.
Can we make a motion to move for public comment? There's
Do I have
people
a
been
motion?
on this line very long.
Yes, ma'am. Do I have a motion to open public comment? I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Do we have a discussion period, a debate period for this motion?
There will be. There is a public hearing on the 17th, sir.
No, I'm talking about for the motion to close public comment. Is there an opportunity to discuss the motion?
Yes, you can petition the council to open public comment.
No. I'm talking about the motion. Generally,
I'm sorry. The motion to open public comment?
Yes, I want to discuss
The
that.
motion is to open public comment.
Don't we discuss
The motion is to open for comment. We're moving to open for public comment.
You're not understanding, which is very, unusual.
I don't. We're moving to open public comment.
I second the motion.
I have a motion by Ms. Colwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All in favor, none are opposed. Public comment is now open. For the public, please wait to be recognized by the chair. Please clearly state your name and address for the record. And I have Ms. Caitlin Fair, who is seeking your recognition, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Ms. Fair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Clerk. I don't look forward to sitting through 5 hours of these meetings. And there's so many things that I want to comment on, but by the time we get to public comment, I'm so frustrated by the way that these meetings go that I can't even remember what I want to comment on in terms of the resolutions and ordinances that are put before this council. And my bigger issue becomes the behavior and the decorum of this council. And I feel like I'm a broken record talking about this, but as a constituent of this city and a member of this community, as Robin likes to talk a lot about, representing the constituents of this city, I am one of them that continually shows up to have my voice heard and don't feel like my concerns are being taken seriously because the same things continue to happen over and over in regards to the way that this council conducts itself. Before I continue, I want to say to Jacqueline Abdur-Razak that I really respect your patience and grace, and I appreciate your presence and voice, and I'm sorry that you were treated the way that you were treated this evening by council. I find it to be quite despicable, the way that you were spoken to and treated. I think it's quite hypocritical that certain members of this council constantly admonish others for interrupting them when they are constantly interrupting people, even after asking those individuals a question. When the answer to their question is being given, they interrupt the person giving the answer, which boggles my mind just in terms of logic. I also find it disconcerting that certain members of this council seem to hold a monopoly on asking questions and making comment, while others are frequently prohibited from doing so, as we just had an example of. And you can shake your head and roll your eyes all you want, but this is the fact of the matter, and I beg of you to respect my opinion as a constituent of this city. That's funny to you, I see. But you constantly, Robin, and I'm talking directly to you because I'm seeing you laugh at me, and I find that to be extremely disrespectful as you constantly talk about your desire to represent the citizenry of this city, and I want that to be true, but you don't respect me, and I am a citizen of this city because you're laughing at me and the comments that I'm making, and I find that to be really horrifying, quite frankly. In regards to the monopoly on asking questions, this does indeed seem to be both manipulative and tyrannical, and above all, just plain unfair. I'm also gravely concerned about the basic lack of understanding of law and government by many of the members of this council, which seems to impede the progress of the city, even in terms of basic city business. Y'all don't even know how your own voting process works, it seems, a lot of the time. And I truly have no doubts about the passion each of you possesses for the constituency, but we consistently see things from this council that contradict each other in terms of the best interests of such. You ask the city to do a tremendous amount of work and service while simultaneously prohibiting them from bringing in money to be able to provide such services. You ask for input and advisement of people in certain positions and then disregard at best, if not chastise them when they provide it to you. A city can't function without revenue. You all stand in the way of securing revenue, but demand that the city provide support, much of which is not their responsibility, without the funds to do so. Your cynicism stands in the way of the progress of our entire citizenry and what has prevented us, and you guys are what is preventing us from progressing. This job requires more than passion and good intentions. It requires a comprehensive understanding of law and government, which is often lacking here and resulting in 7-hour meetings for asking the same question over and over, getting the answer, and then continuing to ask the same question. There is a difference between doing your due diligence and being overly cynical and distrustful and questioning everything to the disservice of the city. This is not due diligence, what you guys are doing. You talk about wanting to protect Trentonians. We had an opportunity to create jobs. Y'all voted it down. We have a local minority-owned company providing services to the city. Y'all want to terminate that contract. It seems like y'all just want to be contrarian and adversarial, and it's really frustrating. I want to believe that you guys are working in the best interest of the city as you continually say that you're doing so, but your actions do not align with that. And I am also a taxpayer in this city, and I would like to see it progress. And I would like for y'all to really take seriously the people who sit through these meetings to give y'all their thoughts and opinions and stop drawing on these hypothetical citizenry that we never hear from that align with your particular interests, because I have not heard from them. But here I am sitting through 7 and 5 hour meetings regularly to tell y'all how I feel and what I think and what I'm asking of you, and you disregard me. And I find that really, really just sickening, quite frankly. And I'm glad that I've been able to serve as entertainment for you this evening, Robin. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We appreciate you, and especially for staying up this time of evening. Thank you.
Mr. Ed Duffy would like to be recognized by the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Duffy, you are so recognized. Please unmute yourself and speak. Please state your name and address for the record clearly when you do. Just for the record, Ms. Caitlin Fair resides on South Clinton Avenue.
This is Ed Duffy from New Hope, Pennsylvania. I've been on a council up there for 12 years. I've watched this thing that you've done today, and it's totally it's just unbelievable. Have you people ever thought of having a work session? That includes you, Robin.
You people. You just said you people. What a racist
Oh, come
comment.
on. Don't get into this.
Who's you people?
Don't interrupt the speaker, please.
Yes, exactly. What you might want to think of to make this a little more palatable so that you don't have your staff groping for information for hours in a meeting like this is maybe look at a work session a week or two before with this docket and let Ms. Vaughn ask her 200 questions so you could get that out of the way. So when you come to a meeting like this, it's much more efficient. Everybody has the questions, things are cleared up, and we do it all the time. And we invite the public to the work session. They can ask questions. That way, you might have a shot at being efficient. Take it under consideration, a work session. Thank you. That means you too, Ms. Vaughn.
Council President, Ms. Lydia Thornton is seeking
go right ahead, Mrs.
Ms. Thornton,
go right ahead, Ms.
unmute
Thornton.
yourself and state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lydia Thornton. I live at 1219 West State Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank all 47 people still on the call for still being up at 11:40 at night. I'm impressed. I have such mixed feelings about this because the level of disrespect that's being shown in these meetings is really embarrassing, and y'all need to hear that loud and clear. you need to find in yourselves, in my opinion, some level of ability to simply show common courtesy and respect, even if you don't like each other. It don't matter. I believe the majority of you truly are holding the best interest of Trenton and your constituency at heart. But simple respect goes a long way. That's all I'll say on that. And that's for virtually everybody. My concern stems from the other side of the coin, actually. And I'm going to go a little bit against Mr. Duffy on this. The answers y'all are getting from administration are horrific, in my opinion. I mean, they're hesitant, they're not sure, they're sounding manipulative, even if they don't mean to be. And I understand why there's hesitation on council to just roll with what is being said sometimes, because if I listen to information and it's like, well, well, I think, no. If these are spokespeople for the administration, and Ms. McBride, I've heard you do this more than once, to demand that they provide answers by the next meeting. Demand that they have a clear picture for y'all. But we never hear the clear picture at the next meeting because the next emergency has come up. So they're never forced to provide for the citizenry, the 47 of us or so that are still sitting here, what the heck's going on. Not one person, and it may come up in civic comments, I'm sure with at least one person it will, and mention what's really happening in our city. People are dying, and it's not cute or funny or cynical or anything. And part of it is going back into things like this Rule 3 thing, where we've decided to just overlook most of the city in giving jobs and training and opportunities, so they see nothing to do, no hope, no future. So, you know, what the heck, I'll just roll through West Trenton and kill somebody tonight. You know, well, you might not do that if you'd had a background in training and an opportunity to get a job doing something within the city. You might not do that if this 1,000 homes in 1,000 days wasn't a complete travesty, and that some of your family members actually had an opportunity to homestead a house in the city and become a homeowner instead of a renter. But instead, we're approving stuff like putting apartments downtown. For who? I'm failing to understand that, and that's only slightly off track with what we're really talking about, which is the city of Trenton. And where are we going? You know, how many more people are we going to lose, not just to death, but to folks who were solid taxpayers going, I'm out. I can't do this anymore because there's no value and there's no hope for me and my family. I'm out. We got to do better. We simply have to look at each other in a way and learn over the next 2 years, because we got 2 more years together, folks, to work together for the good of our city, not to continue to backbite each other so that your citizenry that you do want to help goes, they ain't going to do nothing anyway but fight. Why should I go to the meeting? Why should I listen? Why should I vote? Last thing I'll say on this voting thing, I am in full favor of November elections and having one election time. You know, you can have the belief, Mr. Blakely, with all due respect, that, well, nobody will come out. You'd be surprised. Make them want to. That ain't about when the election is. That's about who's on the ballot. Real simple. Make it valuable to them to want to be part of our city. And you'll have people come out and participate in the city. Thanks for hearing me. Thanks for staying up Appreciate you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for staying up. Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anybody else from the audience that wishes to speak in public comment? Second call. Anyone who wishes to speak and make a public comment? Council President, does not appear to be anybody else for public comment. Would you like to entertain a motion to close public comment?
Yes, please.
And who has hung in with us. The docket, and I must just say, this meeting is an aberration. It doesn't happen too often that we're here this long. We were off for quite some time, and then we came back, and of course the pile. So we're kind of catching up for the long hiatus. But I just wanted to really focus on one of the issues that everyone is concerned with in the city, and it's the security of our city, the safety of our city. We have experienced a lot of shootings. Folks are traumatized. A lot of folks are stressed out in the city of Trenton surrounding the shootings and the murders. And I have been trying to get. I wanted to put forward a resolution to bring to this council the prosecutor office to kind of give us an overview of their team and their support levels and resources that support our city, and hopefully council president and council vice president that will happen. I'm hoping that my resolution gets put forward. I know a lot of my constituents want to hear from the prosecutor, and if this forum can facilitate that, I hope all my council members will be supportive of it. Until then, I will continue to advocate for my constituents through social media and encourage the prosecutor to come to the council meeting to give his status on the level of support his office is providing our city through the homicide task force. So, and that's all that I will say about that. Thank you very much. I yield my time, Council President.
Councilman Santiago.
Well, yes, I'm not going to say much about this. I'm glad that Lydia Thornton called. I know we communicate sometimes. A few weeks ago, I requested a meeting with the mayor, the police director, also the prosecutor was present at that meeting. I told them that we should sit down, council and the administration or the directors, and develop a plan to deal with the situation in Trenton, a thorough plan that would cover all areas, because we have been losing our young people. I lost two of them. Two of my friends' kids got killed, two of them. And I am not, that doesn't make me feel too good. I requested that, but nobody listened to me. They claim that they have their secret plans against crime in the city. I'm not talking about a confidential plan. That's up to the police director and the police department and the prosecutors. What I'm talking about, a plan in general that will cover mental health, that will cover the creation of jobs, the creation of housing, the rehabilitation of the city, because that's what's causing all this crime. We have all these abandoned buildings all over the place. We have places for people to go and hide and come out and commit crime. We have to get rid of that. I was expecting that at the beginning of this term. I was expecting a plan from the administration, including us, to, a plan of action to take Trenton forward, not backwards as it's going now. Thank you and have a good night.
Councilman Michelle,
Nothing. Thank you. Good night.
Councilman Harrison,
Well, just let everybody know this council will be a council that's not in office for 4 years. It's 4.5 years. You see the disrespect towards the directors, the cursing, time after time, lack of leadership. We wonder why the city's in the shape it is. We table money where we're supposed to be helping seniors. We don't take care of it. We have a lawsuit with the DEP and the outside municipalities regarding the Trenton Waterworks. We don't take that serious. See, the problem is there's a lot of people that sit on this council, and I'm not even sure what they're doing. There's so much anger. You can't understand when other people try to talk. They're just rude. But, the people want to see things get done. But no, I think there's some kind of agenda to sabotage the city. So, I've heard people talk many times about their constituents, but it's kind of funny because a lot of times when I'm out there, I never see any of you guys. There's community events. There's events helping kids. There's a painting event this weekend that we're going to have out in the community, right? That's going to be out there to help people. It's called the Project Move, Community Painting Project. It's in all 4 wards. Hopefully my colleagues decide to show up and come out there and support the people who actually pay the taxes here. Because we talk about blight. You're right, we have blight. But, we have people like Mr. Bilal, and we have Wally who needs equipment, heavy-duty equipment for his staff, that we're always questioning it. We all talk about theories, but we don't actually want to do what's best for the people. So at the end of the day, when are we actually going to do what's best for the people? I know 2 years and 6 months from now, because this is everybody who listens to this sees what's going on, and it's an embarrassment. And Council President, they are right. You allow other people to speak, but you don't allow me to speak. But just remember, 2 years and 6 months from now, like you said, you're not going to run again. Makes kind of sense, because I've never been disrespectful or rude to you, but you seem to be like that, and a lot of you on this council seem to be like that. But at the end of the day, it's who you are. You're the ones you got to look yourself in the face and say to yourself, when the community wants to build the senior centers and things done for the people, where are you? Good question. Nowhere to be found. Thank you, and thank the people. And just remember, 2 years and 6 months from now, make sure to come out and vote so we don't have this again. So we don't put the city in jeopardy of having chaos. Everything doesn't have to be an argument. Doesn't have to be cursing, screaming, and acting like a fool. You're laughing at people all the time. You're right. People should be embarrassed. They're seeing people sitting there just continually laughing like everything's a joke. But 2 years and 6 months from now, yeah, that joke's going to be on somebody. It's going to be on the people because they're going to come out and vote, and majority of us won't be back. Thank you. Yeah, it's funny, you're always laughing. Never doing nothing for the community.
All righty, so the next person is Caldwell Wilson.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank everybody for hanging in there with us tonight. It was a very large docket, and it was inevitable that it was going to be a very long night. I'm not going to apologize for my colleagues asking questions and demanding information, because that's our job, and that's what we were elected to do, to look out for the best interests of the people of the city of Trenton. Mr. Harrison, I've never been disrespectful to you. I just want to make that very clear. And I try not to be disrespectful to any of my colleagues. But my main concern
Marge, you did make an allegation on Tuesday night, right? You made an allegation on Tuesday night.
Sir, you yielded your time, and it's her time to speak.
Mr. Harrison.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
you're not.
This is
Mr. Harrison, please.
When we talk about council people interrupting and being rude, you just got an example of that. I'm getting ready to talk about my constituents, and I do constituent services. I don't have to be everywhere that Mr. Harrison is or Mr. Blakely is. I deal with my constituents in my own way, and I will continue to deal with them in my own way, and I will continue to fight for the taxpayers of the city of Trenton. And I will continue to try and work with everybody on this council and the administration. But when I need information to make the appropriate vote on these expenditures, because what everybody's not paying attention to is that we've had major expenses through this COVID-19, and we don't know the fiscal stability of the city at this time. So we have to be very careful on our spending and on unnecessary spending, and the administration knows that too. So I don't take my job and treat it haphazardly. It's not about having a position with me. I don't refer to myself as councilperson when I talk to people. I refer to myself as Marge, because that's who people know me as, Miss Marge. So I think that, all of us on this council are going to have to put the past behind us and move forward for the next couple of years and start to try and work together and come up with solutions instead of constantly butting heads, because it just doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for our constituents. It doesn't work for anybody. And we cannot avoid long meetings if we get very large agendas from the administration. So that's something we have to work on too. And, when I do appreciate the public's comments, and I know they get angry at us and they call us names, and we have to just sit there and take it, but we are part-time council people. Part-time. We don't have an office. We have an aide that gets paid $5,000 a year, one aide, and we work out of our house. And we're supposed to be part-time. I have been on the phone all day doing city business, haven't been able to leave my house. I don't complain about it, but I just need the public to understand that this is a 24/7 job. I love this job. I'm not too happy with what happens on council, but I love this job, and I will continue doing it until I decide I don't want to do it anymore. So again, I want to thank you. I want to thank the administration for being with us and staying with us. I want to thank Mr. Morelli. I want to thank our clerk, and I want to thank council for getting through this docket. Good night, everybody.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Blakely?
Yes. So there's a couple of things I'd like to talk about. One issue that I'd like to talk about, or I'd like to start off with, is that the reason why these meetings go long is because we're not all agreeing. If we all agreed, these meetings could be done in less than an hour. We could do the entire docket by consent agenda, and we could be out of here in record time. The fact of the matter is, we are discussing very, very serious issues where we have very, very profound disagreements. Personally, I don't know how my colleagues can be so wrong about so much. And so that's why I, discuss these issues, and I'm so passionate about these issues, because I truly believe that their decisions hurt the city. It hurts the perception of the city, it hurts the business of the city, it hurts the future of the city, and it hurts the present of the city. And so, we are not in a, polite debating society. This is an issue. We are talking about issues of life and death, of the future. And so for people who feel that, our conversations get a little passionate, I understand, but I just can't sit back and be quiet as I see my colleagues destroy the city of my birth. I just can't be quiet. And so it would be way easier for me to go on autopilot and not say anything. Our job is to deliberate on these issues, is to consider these issues. And I believe that when I debate these issues, which oftentimes I am stopped by my colleagues because of issues related to time. The fact of the matter is, if we have to be at these meetings until 3 o'clock in the morning, then so be it, because we are tasked with making the best decisions. And the best way to make the best decisions is having robust dialogue and debate, hoping that the right decision is made. This evening, we talked about 5 different issues that affect the future of this city, starting with the waterworks. Decisions made in this meeting can determine the future of Trenton's ownership of our number 1 asset, the Trenton Waterworks. That's worthy of debate. Today, we discussed, my colleagues voted to stop the renovation of our senior centers. They voted to pause it. That is worthy of discussion. I can't remain silent while they make things up about Section 3 and don't understand Section 3, and I can't stand silent for that. Today, we paused 5G based on some of my colleagues believing in conspiracy theories and bringing up things that are completely asinine as we discuss this issue. So we're pausing 5G, something that would be a slam dunk, something that already exists in cities around this country, and Trenton is turning this into a real embarrassment. The FCC contract, having my colleagues attempt to engage in bid rigging and criticizing a fine African-American owned small business located in the city of Trenton, I can't stand silent while we discuss that. And then changing the elections, which really is problematic, because there's my colleague, Councilwoman Vaughn, refuses to acknowledge that there are no other nonpartisan elections in Mercer County. Trenton is the only nonpartisan election in the municipality in Mercer County. And so this idea of having elections in November is not relevant in towns like Ewing and Hamilton because they don't have a runoff election. So when we're talking about increasing, changing it for increased turnout in November, when you have a runoff, as we have in this city, it's going to serve to decrease turnout. So I could be quiet about that. I could remain silent. Instead, I try to present the facts. And I'm realizing that no amount of evidence is going to convince someone who doesn't want to be convinced. I'm open-minded to changing my mind if I am presented with with alternative information that makes sense. But what I am realizing, it's like these folks are fiddling while the city is burning. I mean, whenever you go around the state of New Jersey, as I do, and when people find out that I'm on Trenton City Council, they say, man, I've heard your council is crazy. And that is something, your council is really, they're not interested in the progress of the city. And I truly believe that my colleagues think they're doing the wrong thing. But it's times when I'm having these discussions that it's like having a heart surgeon who is someone, doing surgery on your heart, who is a good person, but they have absolutely no surgery skills. And so we have people on this council where I think their heart's in the right place. I think they think they're doing the right thing, but their decisions just show a lack of understanding of government. I just don't understand how so many can be so wrong about so much. And at the end of the day, I'm the youngest person on this council. If I live an average life, I will be living in this city when you guys are long gone. And I believe that you all are making the city of Trenton future bleaker than it has to be. And I shudder for the negative impact many of your decisions will have on the future of this city if we lose the waterworks, if we have plummeted voter turnout, if my colleagues continue to make Trenton a laughing stock among cities in this country. I mean, in this state and in this region and in this country. We have a colleague who is literally, I don't know if she's using laughing gas, but every time a person says something, she's over there thinking that this is Def Comedy Jam. It's completely out of control. We're talking about serious matters, and we have Councilwoman Vaughn thinking that this is this is an HBO comedy series. It's just inappropriate. But one thing that I can say, truth crushed to earth shall rise again. When you go so low, you have nowhere to look but up. And so I think that based on this council's action, based on its folly, based on its reputation, I think that people are going to come out to vote. If the election was in a snowstorm, I think people are going to come out to vote because we can't have another 4 years of this. And I just think that I'll end with, and then my colleague is still laughing. She thinks this is Def Comedy Jam, but the joke's on her. The joke's not on this city, because I guarantee you, I believe a change will come. I'm committed to this city. I firmly believe that better days are coming, and we're at a very, very low point in this city. But you know what? We will, truth crushed to earth shall rise again, and we're going to move forward. And then I would like to end my comments with, my prayers for, the families that have lost loved ones in this city due to violence. I am sickened every time I hear of someone losing their life or someone getting shot. I am hopeful. I implore the police director to present a plan to this city council so that, we can move forward as a city and this city can be safe. I am deeply concerned about the violence in this community, and it's incumbent upon the police director and the mayor to come up with a plan to address the violence. Thanks, everyone. It is now 12:05. I'd rather be so many other places, but I'm here on this council trying to fight the good fight. And I am just deeply concerned. And I just hope my colleagues think. I mean, there's so many things that they say that are just simply not true. I mean, I've recounted several of them today. Folks are just straight up lying, straight up saying things that aren't true. And until I have no more breath in my body, I'm not going to stand by and allow these lies and these mistruths and this disaster to stand by. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. And, hopefully we can get past this. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And I would like to thank all of the public that have stayed the course this evening. We had an extremely long big docket, and I hope that our new clerk addressed this issue, and because we cut it down some, and so I hope Mr. Collin addressed this issue moving forward. I would like, again, to just inform the public that we have a candlelight vigil tomorrow in the North Ward. If anyone is interested and want to join us, I hope that they do. I understand that the candlelight vigils is not an answer, but it gives the community some relief. It gives the victims a voice. And so that is some of the reasons that we move forward with these vigils in the areas that we do, because the people, they need some type of relief. And I hope that you guys will join us tomorrow. And we haven't had a chance to talk about the monies that were given to the Health and Human Services Department through the emergency COVID, during the emergency COVID. And we need to discuss that because we need to know exactly how much of the money has been utilized and how much of it hasn't been. And because I know that it's our emergency snow removal cash, and it needs to be replaced. So we definitely need to talk about those funds. And with that, I'm going to end. It's very late, and Mr. Blakely said that he don't mind being here to 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, I do. I really do. I would like to get through these things a little quicker than we do, but everyone have a lot to contribute, and they do the best they can to give their point of view. And all of the council members have an opinion and they have a point of view, and they process information differently. And so therefore you'll get 7 different answers each time you ask the same question. But I hope and pray that our city begin to prosper, and I will continue to work for the residents and to basically take my oath of office seriously. Thank you all. Thank you for staying. To all of the directors. It's not always easy for you guys, and it's not always easy for the council. So I thank you for staying. I appreciate you guys doing your job. I just, in my eyes, hope that it could be a little bit more effective. Thank you. Have a blessed night and take care. And with that, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn from Council President. Do I have a second?
Second.
I said.
I'm sorry, I took your initial statement as a motion to approve, Council President, so I'm going to take that. And a motion from a second from Caldwell Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. We are adjourned at 12:10 a.m. Thank you, everybody, and be safe and well.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.